And he said, I gotta go, gotta pack my things and leave. Yeah, it's a long drive, but it ain't no thing. I could come home every 2 weeks. Cross a couple dirt roads and an old highway and a nice cold bottle of beer. Just a skip and jump and a couple speed bumps and the hills get rowdy round here. Well, Sunday morning is coming down and I'm sick and tired of this podunk town. Gotta get away and get back home to you. Hey babe, I'm getting off early. I got a little place I want to take you down to. Spark your fire and stare at the sky beneath that Georgia moonshine. Bitty bitty Georgia moonshine. The days are getting hazy, working way too many hours and I feel like I ain't getting nowhere. Now the weeks keep dragging and the boss man's lagging. Man, I really ain't got no time to spare. But Sunday morning it's coming down and I'm sick and tired of this podunk town. Gotta get away and get back home to you. Hey babe, I'm getting off early. I got a little place I wanna take you down to. To get your Twitter painted all tonight beneath that Georgia moonshine. With the bitty bitty Georgia moonshine. Alright, here we go. Get up early and drink coffee, go to work and go home. Get drunk, go to bed, wake up and do it all again. This job is getting old and I'm tired of talking on the phone. Gotta get away and get back home to you. Hey babe, I'm getting off early. I got a little place I wanna take you down to. And everything's gonna be just fine. Alright. Hey babe, I'm getting off early. I got a little place I wanna take you down to. And get your Twitter painted all tonight beneath that Georgia moonshine. Bitty bitty Georgia moonshine. Underneath that Georgia moonshine. Bitty bitty Georgia moonshine.
Hey everybody, welcome to Indy After Dark. I am here with Bran so far. The link is pinned if anybody wants to come and join us. Tonight is music first and then conversation around 11 p.m. Thank you to everybody coming in. If you have a community tab and you would like to share this out, hopefully we can get some more people over here. It's always good to see new faces, and we have been seeing quite a few new faces coming in recently, and that's been really nice. Gotten some new music to share and new people to participate in conversations, which is always appreciated. All right. I hope that you guys are all having or have had a good week and, right? What? And enjoyed that first song. Good to see you, Jane. That first one was by Dennis Lowry, and that was his new song, Georgia Moonshine. Beautiful song. I love Dennis's voice on anything that he sings, but really like that song a lot. Hey, Wicked Wisdom, welcome. Frank Mel, good to see you. Thanks for stopping by. Hope you have a good night's sleep. All right. JM, good to see you. Snooks, much love. Camellia, thanks for being here. Oh, Jake, thank you for continuing your membership. Appreciate the support for sure. All right, we're going to keep the music going. Ducks, good to see you. Watt, much love. Tom, good to see you. Thanks for being here. All right. Tails, much love. Good to see you. Okay. This next song is a song by Tosi Reacts. He has a reaction channel, but also creates music. I've met him through 15th Bend, and this is a song featuring 15th Bend called 23. Fantastic. Here we go.
23 is who am I? Listen to me as I take you into my mind. Into my mind. Nothing is going how I have planned. Dying alone is the worst way to end. Listen to me, I'm going off the deep end. And who's there to follow when no one's around? How do I listen if there is no sound again? I'm going off the deep end. 23 is who am I? Listen to me as I take you into my mind. Into my mind. 23 is who am I? Listen to me as I take you into my mind. Into my mind.
All right. What a beautiful song. Okay, again, that was Tosi Reacts and featuring 15th Bend. I did put the link for Tosi, but I will also in just a moment put the link for 15th Bend. He has an upcoming premiere. Hopefully you already have the notification set, but it's his premiere of his song Reminisce coming up on the 28th. So please go hit the notification for that. And as I'm grabbing that link, happy belated birthday, Jane. I hope that you had a wonderful birthday and had fun celebrating. If you want to tell us about anything you did to celebrate, we would love to hear it. And if others can go ahead and leave some love for Jane, that would be great. I know a lot of people have birthdays around this time of year because I do. And there's been a lot of people who've mentioned that they share their birthday or birthday month. XNYC, it's good to see you. Justine, much love to you. Been thinking about you lots. Continuing to keep you in prayer. Wildlife, good to see you here. Eric, much love. All right, let's see who else is coming in. Appreciate you all being here. Thank you, Snooks and Anti, for sharing out links. Appreciate you all. Yeah, I know. Isn't that a beautiful song? I know. Tosi, I had been subscribed to his channel, and I've seen a couple of his lives when he's doing reviews, but I had not listened to his music, and so I'm really excited to go and check out more of his songs. Yeah, really beautiful. Yep. Oh, a lot of you love that one. I'm glad to hear it. I did as well. All right, the link has been posted for 15th upcoming premiere. Please make sure you go and hit that like and notification. Appreciate you all supporting one another. Okay, hey, good to see you, Landon and Tiff. Fantastic. Yep, conversation is the second half tonight. So hopefully you guys can come up and join us tonight. We would love to have you up here. Sea Lover, much love. Good to see you. Thanks for being here. All right. Okay, let's see. This next one that we are playing. Let's see where we're at on the list. Oh, I can't see it, so let me go back here and check. Okay, this is a song. I want to talk a little bit about what this is real quick. I believe that it's formerly Nuke, Utah. This is now New and You. He hosted a competition or a contest. I don't know if it's really a contest or a challenge, but basically he posted some pictures in a poll, and he had people pick which one they wanted to have as kind of a prompt and use that image to inspire a song. And I have 3 songs we'll be playing here from that competition or contest. And there's one by Nuke, one by Lady Campion, and one by Katie. And so all 3 of these songs, it'll be kind of cool to see how they took this one image and how it inspired them in different ways. So this is Ripple by Nuke. Here we go. right. Love that one, Nuke. He says, oh no. Crack me up. He always cracks me up in chat too. That was really cool. I like that one a lot. And I love how different it is from Lady Champions that I did see just before she premiered hers. And I haven't seen Katie's yet. So I'm excited to see all three and compare them. All right. Happy birthday to XNYC. I hope that you're having a great birthday too. It's just that time of year. I guess somebody said it's Aquarius season, right? I really enjoyed that one too. Good to see you, Neil. OG Sunshine, thanks for being here. I saw you come in a little bit ago. All right, the link is pinned if anybody wants to come and join us up here. Hope that you're all having a good night. And we're going to get right into the next song. This is Lady Campion's song, Water of Time. And this is her version, what she created from that same photo prompt. Here we go.
In the forest, verdant and cool, quiet waters patiently flow, seaward, waltzing knowingly, as they drift towards the goal, others join in the dance, and it grows, making sweet and beautiful song, lasting all through the night. Could I but join in that dance, I might know purpose at last, moving wild and free. I'd sway, not a care in the world, joyously part of the fold, never-endingly. But here, watching the dancers go by, I can admire their stride, and I feel at peace. In this quiet place near the stream, I can feel myself start to relax slowly, thinking peacefully, and I know life is not what I thought it would be. All the same, there's a sweet and beautiful song rising inside of me. I needn't join in that dance, I know my purpose at last, and in that I'm free, not swayed by the cares of this world, joyously part of the fold, never-endingly. dancers go by, I can admire their stride, and I feel at
Stunning as always, Lady Campion. Love how you interpreted that photo and made it into something so beautiful. Really nicely done. Hey, Billy, good to see you. Thanks for being here. Yeah, I loved it, Lady C, of course. All right. Hey, John, good to see you. Thanks for coming in. Glad you're back to streaming as well. Cola, much love. Cola's been doing late night streams on Wednesday nights. If you're not subscribed, go and check her out. She's been having great community conversations over there. Appreciate it, especially for us night owls. Douglas, glad you're here. Yeah, praying always is a good thing to do. All right. Okay, this next one is by Katie, and it's her song that was inspired by that same prompt. This is The Escape. Here we go. Beautiful, Katie. Oh, I love it. That was a great image. That was the one I voted for in the poll, and I was glad that it won. And I'm even more glad now because all three of those songs were really beautiful. And they each had a really like calming feel to them. So I like that you all got that from, because that's what I got also from that image. And just from nature in general, but especially like rivers in the woods. I mean, come on, what's better than that? All right. The Cola Cabana. I like that count. Cola, if you're in on that one, we might need to make that one stick. All right. Great job to all three of you. I think that was a really cool idea. Good to see you, Matt. 15th, I saw you came in. Much love to you. If you weren't lurking, you missed your song towards the beginning. You got to go back and listen. I played you and Tosi's song that you had played last night on your roller coaster and loved it. All right. Bry Guy, much love to you. Good to see you. Thanks for being here. Bry Guy also has a great channel. I've just been getting to know him and his community a little bit better. And a lot of really good conversation over there. Lots of new faces and all seem like great people. So go check out his channel as well. If one of my mods would drop his link, if you haven't already, really appreciate that. Okay. All right. Our next song. This is one that was shared with me by, Matt. Glad you're here. By Matt. Actually, this song and the next one are both songs that he had shared in my Discord. And these are both artists. Well, I'll talk about this one here, but this is Charlie Roth, and the song is called Barns Are Still Ringing. And I absolutely love this. I think you guys will too. And he is like criminally undersubbed. I think he has like 200 or something subs, and I think he needs a lot more than that. So please make sure that you go and sub him up, along with all the links that are posted tonight. And especially if his song resonates with you, make sure that you go and leave a comment too, so that your sub sticks, and to just show support. All right, here we go. Barns Are Still Ringing.
Used to talk about them long summer nights, about a wind that would just never rest. Used to talk about boys being boys out behind the barn, and about a girl in a soft summer dress. Saturday night, when all the week's work was done, they'd turn all those cows out to roam, and they would dance in the barn to those old fiddle tunes that reminded everybody of home. So roll down your window and listen as you pass by, because up there in North Dakota, barns are still ringing. Sometimes they just go crazy, driven mad by the wild winter wind blowing out. And you could feel like you've already been buried in those earth and sod hovels above the ground. But in spring the prairie would soften, and the flowers and the grasses would grow, and they would gather to celebrate the season, and they'd sing all them old songs that they knew. So roll down your window and listen as you pass by, because up there in North Dakota, barns are still ringing. Well, the prairie sure gets lonesome. It goes on for miles and miles. You could feel like you've been adrift out on an ocean, no harbor to rest for a while. They thought about their loved ones way on over that cold, angry sea. They could still see their faces, hear them singing those old memories. So roll down your window and listen as you pass by, because up there in North Dakota, barns are still ringing.
All right. I'm glad so many of you like that one as much as I do. Please go over and sub him up because he does not have enough subs for how talented he is. And definitely a storyteller. Yeah, which I appreciate. As I've said, I'm usually a lyrics person, so he pulled me right in with his lyrics for sure. Okay, this next one is another that Matt had shared in Discord, and this is a cover of a song that I love, REM's "Everybody Hurts." And this artist is Maria Josie Music. And Mike, I see you're backstage. I put a note for you in the private chat if you would take a look. Appreciate it. All right, here we go.
When your day is long and the night, when the night is yours alone, when you think you've had enough of this life, hang on. Don't let yourself go, 'cause everybody cries, everybody hurts sometimes. Sometimes everything is wrong. Now it's time to sing along when your days and nights are long. When you feel like letting go, when you're sure you've had too much of this life, hang on. 'Cause everybody hurts sometimes. Take comfort in your friends. Everybody hurts sometimes. Everybody hurts sometimes. Everybody hurts sometimes.
Beautiful, beautiful cover of that song. Really well done. All right. Again, it was Maria Josie Music, and another one who does not have enough subs, so please go and check her out. Okay, this next song is a collaboration, and it is by Unshackled Spirit and Dynamite Throw. This is called Unsavory Characters, and unbelievable song. Sal, I think every song I've heard of his, I just absolutely love. And Dynamite Throw, I'm just getting to know more of his music too, but absolutely love his as well. So please go and I'll put in links for both of their channels. Please make sure you're going and subbing them up. Leave a comment if you do go over, and then make sure you're following their music. Don't miss out. All right, here we go. Unsavory Characters.
2, 3, 4.
Come on. Let's go.
All right. Awesome track. Very funky indeed. Love that so many of you got up and were dancing and getting into that one for sure. Again, that was by Unshackled Spirit and Dynamite Throw. Both links are there in the chat. And thank you, 15th Bend. Yeah, I know you'd mentioned and I had forgotten that when you were playing it on your stream that there might be some copyright issues. So hopefully we got it fast enough. If not, you guys will know why the chat disappears. But no worries. We're here for the music. That's the most important thing, and for building community. So please make sure that you go and sub them up, and make sure you're showing support. All right, Mike. Sorry to hear about your friend. Let's see. She says his very good friend is not doing good. She is in the hospital right now and needs prayers. All right, much love for your friend, Mike, and I'll be keeping her in my prayers for sure. Hope that you can give us an update, and I'm glad that you're going to be able to be there with her. All right. Of course, Thal, always glad to play your music. Love what you do. Okay. Costa, it's good to see you. Yeah, crazy good, right, Ozark? Absolutely. Okay, the link is pinned if anybody wants to come up and join us. Would always be appreciated. Priority goes to those on panel. I'm just saying, you can come up to sing or perform live, but you can also come up to, hey, Joe, oh, perfect timing. You can also come up to have a video shared. So let me know. All right. Thank you for those of you passing on prayers for Mike. Seawolf, I saw you come in earlier. Good to see you here. All right. Okay. Hey, Steve-O. Thanks for coming up. How are you doing?
I'm doing okay. And
yeah?
I just came up to show a rock.
Yes, that's right. You told me you were going to come up for this. Love it.
All right.
Let me put you up so you're a little bigger here.
Okay, so don't know how much this is going to show on the TV because the colors kind of, my idea kind of faded on one side. Anyway, there we go.
Nice. The Bran rock is complete.
And then on the back side, we got Bran.
Awesome.
It may be difficult. See if you can make this out.
Chill.
Well, there's a CH, and on top is a AT.
Oh, I see it. Chat so and chill.
Chat, and that's in blue, the and part. And then down below you got chill.
Awesome.
So, Brands, chat, and chill.
Very cool.
Yeah, over there. There's the and right there in the blue.
Yeah, and it's not showing up as well. Yeah, there we go. You can see it's got like that kind of tangle of green in it that I love. That's great.
Yeah, and this is black light, glow in the dark paint also.
So cool.
So under black light, it's going to really shine.
Very cool.
So anyway, there you go. And Bran is in the garden. Or going to be in the garden.
It's official.
I still haven't planted all the newer rocks that I've been showing lately.
Hey, Joe.
Because I'm still going to redo the whole garden. Hello, Joe.
Hello.
Very cool. Is Steve Harloa going to do, or are you going to put that on your channel, Steve?
I'm going to do a video on my show. And it is whatever, or not my show. I don't have a show. On my YouTube channel, I will drop the video. And anybody's more than welcome to use the videos.
Very cool.
It's the YouTube Rock Garden. So if you want to take clips of it or you want to use my videos and overplay it with music or whatever, feel free. It belongs to the community. It's not mine. It's the YouTube Rock Garden.
Yeah, such a neat thing that you're doing for the community too, Steve-O. I love that.
Yeah. So
awesome.
Anyway,
well, thank you so much.
I'm going to have to drop down and get dinner going here. I may stop in later. We'll
okay.
see what's going. But
thanks for coming up and sharing that with us. Appreciate you, Steve-O.
Yeah. I wanted to get that done. So, Bran, I hope you enjoy it.
Thanks,
we'll
Steve-O.
See y'all later.
All right. Awesome.
All right. Take care.
Thanks, Steve-O. Joe, how are you doing tonight?
I'm doing okay. I just got home.
Hey, Dank. Good to see you.
Been a long day.
Yeah? Yeah, I don't want to bring up anything you don't want to bring up, but I know you've had some life changes or things happening lately, and you've been in my prayers and on my mind, and hoping things are moving forward in a good way.
I'm hoping they will get better, but
yeah. Yep, I know that feeling.
yeah.
Yeah.
Not been a good start for my 2025.
Right. Well, then it's up from here, hopefully.
Yes.
Thank you, Mike. You too.
I can only go up from here.
Yeah. All right. Do you want to go ahead and sing now, or you want me to pull up a song and then you can go right after?
Either or, I'm up for either.
Okay, if you're ready, let's go. Let's go ahead and have you sing.
I've got
now.
one song picked.
Awesome.
But if you want me to sing something later, you can make a suggestion. I don't know what my voice is doing today, but I'll try. Okay, I gotta share my screen.
Actually, if it's okay, I'll pass that selection on to Anti. If you want to pick a song of Joe's, he always has suggestions for singers. All right, here we go. I'll put you up. There we go. All right, thanks, Joe. Want to tell us anything about this before you sing it?
Well, it's just the song "One in a Million."
Okay, here we go.
Love had played its games on me so long, I started to believe I'd never find anyone. Doubt tried to convince me to give in, said you can't win. But one day the sun came shining through. The rain had stopped and the skies were blue. And oh, what a revelation to see someone was saying I love you to me. A one in a million chance of a lifetime, and life showed compassion and sent to me a stroke of love called you. A one in a million you. I was a lonely man with empty arms to fill. Then I found a piece of happiness to call my own. And life is worth living again. For to love you, to me, is to live. A one in a million chance of a lifetime, and life showed compassion and sent to me a stroke of love called you. One in a million you. A one in a million lifetime, and life showed compassion and sent to me a stroke of love called you. A 1 in a million you. A 1 in a million you.
Absolutely beautiful, Joe.
Thank you.
Really well done. Yeah,
Thank you.
stunning as always, Duck says. Yeah, I don't know if you saw this comment from Costa. He says, not many singers have a natural vibrato 100% of the time. Joe seems to get it every time. Agreed.
Well, yeah, I was going to do a short video about explaining what vibrato is and how it happens.
Yeah, I am liking that you're doing those music kind of, I don't know what the word would be.
Kind of voice lessons.
Yeah,
kind of.
it's great. Mike, good to see you. Thanks for being here. The link is pinned if anybody wants to come up and join.
Tidbits
Manny,
of information.
Yeah, it's great. I know I need to go check out what I don't know how many you've done. I saw the first one, I think.
I think I've only done 2 or 3. I can't remember.
Okay. Take 2, much love. Saw you come in earlier. All right, we'll see you later,
Put them
Jan.
in a playlist or something.
Yeah, that's a great idea. I know. I bet there's a lot of us who would be interested in that for sure. Manny, much love. Okay. All right. We're going to go ahead and pull up a song. And then I don't know if Anti put in a request. I didn't see it. If he did you see one from him?
I didn't. I was too busy singing.
Yep, that's what I figured. Yeah, I'll make sure I get that from him. And then if not, then I did think of one that I'd love for you to do.
Okay.
I'll put it in the private chat. All right. This next one is one that Anti requested, actually. And I was glad he did because I had somehow missed that this was out. This is the latest from Abe the Band, and it is Exposed. Here we go. Fantastic song. I love that. Really well done, Abe. Not surprising. Always love Abe's songs. He just always is incredible on the guitar. And
Yeah. No,
my
awesome.
usually I think the songs are too short, but I like that he's been doing longer songs too. So that's great. Hey, Mike, thanks for coming up. How are you doing?
Good. How are you? Nice to
I'm
see
doing good.
everybody.
Agreed, Manny. Cool
Yeah,
song today.
that kind of music you could listen to and not get tired of all day long.
Yeah, right? Yep. Like a lot of the guitarists out there, they like take us on an adventure.
Yes.
Lowry, good to see you. Hope that you do come and join us. We've got music the first half tonight and then conversation the second half. So around 11 p.m. Eastern, around that time, we'll switch over to conversation.
About the time I turn into a pumpkin.
Yeah, right. I know. Dennis Lowry, good to see you. I opened tonight's stream, Dennis, with your latest song. So I'll have to go back and check it out. Really well done. Love it. That was Georgia Moonshine. Loved it. Okay. Oh, yeah. Scar. That would be great. Abe the Band, Scars and Shadows collaboration now, Anti says. Yep, I'm all about those. No, Siegel, that wasn't Emp, but yeah, that would be another great collaboration. I don't know if Emperism and Abe have ever done anything together. That would be amazing. Emp's another one that takes us on an adventure every time.
Yep.
Okay. All right, Forrest, you are up next.
Yes, ma'am. All right. We'll try a song I've never sang before, so let's see how it goes.
Oh, awesome. Love it. Thanks for coming up.
No problem. All right. Stand up. Open up the lungs. Goodbye, Norma Jean. Though I never knew you at all, you had the grace to hold yourself while those around you crawled. They crawled out of the woodwork and they whispered into your brain. They set you on the treadmill and they made you change your name. It seems to me you lived your life like a candle in the wind, never knowing who to cling to when the rain sets in. I would have liked to known you, but I was just a kid. Your candle burned out long before your legend never did. Loneliness was tough, the toughest role you ever played. Hollywood created a new superstar, and pain was the price you paid. Even when you died, oh, the press still hounded you. All the papers had to say was that Marilyn was found in the news. It seems to me you lived your life like a candle in the wind, never knowing who to cling to when the rain sets in. I would have liked to known you, but I was just a kid. Your candle burned out long before your legend never did. Goodbye, Norma Jean. Though I never knew you at all, you had the grace to hold yourself while those around you crawled. Goodbye, Norma Jean, from the young man in the 22nd row who sees you as something more than a sexual, more than just our Marilyn Monroe. It seems to me you've lived your life like a candle in the wind, never knowing who to cling to when the rain sets in. And I would have liked to known you, but I was just a kid. Your candle burned out long before your legend never did. I would have liked to known you, but I was just a kid. The candle burned out long before your legend never did.
That was awesome, Forrest.
That was the first time I ever sang that song.
That's what you said. That's amazing. Really well done. Yeah, I really enjoyed that.
Good job.
Mm-hmm. Fish, thanks for coming in. Couch, much love. Good to see you here. Thanks for coming by. Appreciate it. Thank you to my mods who are slinging links. Make sure you're subbing people up and going to check out their channels. Oops, good to see you. Michigan, much love to you, brother. Hope you're keeping busy and staying warm. All right. Willie, good to see you here. Thanks for coming in. Yeah, right, Michigan. You bet you're hopping. I agree, Fish. A beautiful sound. Kiss off. Much love. Thanks for being here. Okay, Mike, are you ready?
Okay. Hello,
Okay.
everyone.
How are
You
you
hear the
doing
keys,
tonight?
right?
Hello.
Yep, yes. We do hear them.
Gotta make
You
sure.
sound a little keyed up.
Oh, I love it. I love Joe's humor. It's awesome. There's been a lot of talk of Armageddon coming with the way things are. I'm not ashamed to count the days till the world stops from turning and we all fall off. End this game and let it take all that I got. Listen, sold out the soul, once in control, now dead against the role I'm playing. Fire in the hole, about to blow, maybe then you'll know this is not nonsense I'm portraying. Fears that haunted you in real life are coming true. If I grow old before I die, at least I know I'll try to prove to you the audience is the judge of me. And if I die before my time, there'll be no wondering why I chose to. The audience was the death of me, but you will never know what we're about. It's so far away from what you're thinking, it's so much bigger. It's where the wind comes from and why the thunder rumbles. We all came in peace, why do you cause such goddamn trouble? Dreams that come to you in real life I'd never do. Fears made up by you in real life, they become true. for real life. You're the reason I must love again. You're the reason I pretend to love real life. It's my sacrifice.
Fantastic, as always, Mike.
Thank you.
Love that. Yeah, I sounded great.
Thanks. Cool.
Yep, awesome. Thank you so much for coming up. All right, here we go. Thank you. You always get the energy up. I love that. Tate, thank you so much for the super sticker, and for being here, and for all the ways that you support so many streams. I always share lives out on my community tab, and Tate's always, I think he follows it. He's one of the few that actually follows it and goes and checks out the live. So I really appreciate that. Mike, I'm just going to go ahead and turn on your echo cancellation and background noise reduction. So just before you perform again, I'll make sure you sound fine once those are on, but just before you perform again, let's make sure we turn those off. Okay. Awesome. Thanks, Tate, for being here and for the support. Appreciate you always. All right. Yeah. Fantastic. As always, Mike. Okay, let's see. Joe, are you ready for one more? And then we'll go into a video and start our rotation over again.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh, really quickly. Good question from Ladysmith. She says, musicians present, did you play along? That's a good one. Or sing along. I like that. Let us know in the chat.
By the way, I am trying to work on my first song that I've ever written. So.
Oh, yes. I'd heard you mention that over on one of your streams, and I'm really looking forward to that. That's awesome. What a cool thing to start doing. I think that's great. And you've got a lot of people, to reach out to answer questions along the way. And,
I appreciate it. Yeah, I've never tried before. So,
yeah. Oh, I think that's fantastic. Well, you'll have to for sure let us know. And if you, no pressure at all, do it the way that works for you. But if you wanted to do a premiere or something during the stream, we could take a hike over there and send everybody your direction. We haven't done that in a little bit, but
if and when I get it done, I'll let you know.
Yeah. Well, we love you back, Tate. Glad you're part of the community. All right. Awesome, Crimson. I have a song of yours coming up. We'll play in a little bit here. So you'll have to come back and check it out. Thanks for being here, Nate. Appreciate you and Tanya. Okay.
I shared my screen. Yeah. Okay. Make sure the volume is right here. Okay.
All right. Thanks, Joe.
Sure. Black and orange stray cat sitting on a fence. Ain't got enough dough to pay the rent. I'm flat broke, but I don't care. I strut right by with my tail in the air. Stray cat strut, I'm a feeling Casanova. Hey! Get a shoe thrown at me from a mean old man.
get my dinner from a garbage can. Meow. Yeah, don't cross my path. I don't bother chasing mice around. Oh no, I slink down the alley looking for a fight, howling to the moonlight on a hot summer night, singing the blues while the lady cats cry. Wild stray cat, you're a real gone guy. I wish I could be as carefree and wild, but I got cat class and I got cat style. I don't bother chasing mice around. I slink down the alley looking for a fight, howling to the moonlight on a hot summer night, singing the blues while the lady cats cry. Wild stray cat, you're a real gone guy. I wish I could be as carefree and wild, but I got cat class and I got cat style. Meow.
That was great. The meow is my favorite part there. Right, Jane?
Yeah, Joe, nice job, man. That was great.
Thank you. Thank you.
That was awesome. Great song choice there, Anti. I love it.
Yeah,
All
Anthony
right.
picked a good one.
Yep, he usually does. All right, awesome. Great job, Joe. Okay. All right, I'm going to go ahead and pull up a video. Let's see where we are here. Okay, this is one by Pendar and Tyler, her son. I always want to say Tyler because that's my nickname for him. But this is their cover of Crosby, Stills, and Nash's Teach Your Children Young. And I love this song, and their cover of it is really fun. So here we go.
You who are on the road must have a code that you can live by, and so become yourself, because the past is just a goodbye. Oh, teach your children well, their father's hell will slowly go by, and feed them on their dreams, the one they pick's the one you know by. Don't you ever ask them why, if they told you you would cry, so just look at them and sigh, and know they love you. And of tender years can't know no fear that your eldest grew back, so praise him. Then with your youth they seek the truth before they can die. Teach your parents well, their children's hell will slowly go by, and feed them on your dreams, the one they pick's the one you'll know by. Oh, don't you ever ask them why. If they told you you would cry, just look at them and sigh. And know they love you. And know they love you.
Really, really beautiful. Duck says, so beautiful job by mother and son collaboration. Wow. Yep. And what a perfect song to have as a collaboration with your kiddo as well. Yep. Great video. Agreed, Mike. And their voices blend nicely. Yep. Please make sure that you're subbed up to both Pendar and Tyler. Tyler also goes by the Bearded Weirdo if you see him up on panels under that name. Right, Lady Smith? Agreed. Oh, well said, Fish. Happiness is in a child's smile. Absolutely. Yep. My kiddos are told all the time they're my biggest blessings by far. Love them to pieces. All right. If you know, all you parents out there. Okay. All right. Let's see where we are at. I believe, Forrest, you were up next.
All right. All these buttons to click.
Yep. Ooh, great song. Great song.
Put on my blue suede shoes and I boarded the plane. Touchdown in the land of the Delta Blues, in the middle of the pouring rain. W.C. Handy, won't you look down over me? Yeah, I got a first class ticket, but I'm as blue as a boy can be. And I'm walking in Memphis, and I was walking with my feet 10 feet off a beer. Walking in Memphis, but do I really feel the way I feel? Saw the ghost of Elvis on Union Avenue, followed him up to the gates of Graceland, and I watched him walk right through. Now security did not see him, they just hovered round his tomb. There's a pretty little thing waiting for the king down in the jungle room. When I was walking in Memphis, I was walking with my feet 10 feet off a beer. Walking in Memphis, do I really feel the way I feel? They've got catfish on the table. They've got gospel in the air. And Reverend Green, be glad to see you when you haven't got a prayer. But boy, you got a prayer in Memphis. But Muriel plays the piano every Friday at the Hollywood, and they brought me down to see her, and they asked me if I would do a little number, and I sang with all my might. She said, tell me, child, are you a Christian? I said, ma'am, I am tonight. Walking in Memphis, I was walking with my feet 10 feet off the beer. Walking in Memphis, but do I really feel the way I feel? Walking in Memphis, And I was walking with my feet 10 feet off a bill, walking in Memphis. But do I really feel the way I feel? Put on my blue suede shoes and I boarded the plane. Touchdown in the land of the Delta Blues, in the middle of the pouring rain. Touchdown in the middle of the Delta Blues, in the middle of the pouring rain.
Fantastic, Forrest. That was great.
Thank you.
Yeah, great song choice again as well.
I felt like I was walking in Memphis.
Right?
But did you have your blue suede shoes?
Yeah. I never feel like those would hold up very well, blue suede shoes.
Imagine if they get wet.
Right?
I got that album when it first came out, and there's one song on there that's really, really good, but very few people have heard it.
Ooh, you have to try that one for us, Joe, sometime. Theo, much love to you. Good to see you. Thanks for being here. All right. I did want to bring up something. Oh, somebody, I think maybe Peanut, I think you have a echo going. I'm going to go ahead and turn on your echo and stuff. There we go. Okay. I did want to bring something up here. Fish, thank you for the reminder. I don't know a lot of the details, but apparently Ray Pierce had a fire at his home. So I don't know the extent of the damage, or maybe Fish, if you know more of the details, you can put them in the chat. But let's continue let's make sure we're adding Ray to our prayers, and something like that. Again, I don't know the extent, but it can go from just being more of a nuisance to being something extremely horrible. So here's hoping that that's more on the nuisance end and not too much damage was done. And that he'll be able to recover and that he wasn't injured and all of those good things. So please be praying for Ray as he's dealing with that entire situation. And thank you, Fish, for bringing it to our attention. Appreciate that. Camelia, I know you've been here, but I don't know if I've said hi. Much love to you. Thank you for being here. Mo, you also came in much earlier, but I don't think I've said hi yet. So much love to you. Thank you for being here. Appreciate you. All right. Yes. Powerful song. Great pick. It's uplifting. I agree. Okay, hold on one second. All right, thank you, Mike. And Peanut, thanks for coming up. I know you don't have a lot of time, so we're going to kind of bump you forward. I know you're on your break, and I always see you coming into chats on your break at work. I think it's great that you support people that way.
Oh, thanks. It's good, because I try to do the best I can, but it's hard when I'm trying to do this at the same time too.
Yeah. Yep. All right, anything you want to tell us about this song before we pull it up?
So this is a cover song. I got a bunch of originals I want to do, but it's hard with like doing the stuff I do for my channel and then working 40 hours a week and everything else. So, you hear that sound? That's a sound. It's the world's smallest violin playing right now. So right. But still, just to be honest with you, I kind of run out of time. But Al Bundy requested that I cover this song, and so this was for Al Bundy.
Awesome.
It's a Led Zeppelin song.
Yeah, I like how you put out the different parts, like the progression of it along the way. It was pretty cool to see.
Oh, thanks. Kind of gives you the idea what it takes to put it together.
Yeah, I love that. All right, here we go.
same. Playing your game, drive me insane. Trouble's gonna come to you. One of these days, and it won't be long, you'll not believe it, baby, I'll be gone. This is all I've got to say to you, woman. Your time is gonna come. Your time is gonna come. Your time is gonna made up my mind to breaking this time. Won't be so fine, it's my turn to cry. Do what you want, I won't take the brunt. It's fading away, can't feel you anymore. Don't care what you say, cause I'm going where to stay. You will make you pay for that great big hole in my heart. People talking all around, watch out woman. No longer is that joke gonna be on my heart. Your time is gonna come. 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 Your time is gonna
All right. Well done, Peanut. That was awesome.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Very cool. And I like that you did that for Al. That's great.
Yeah, I appreciate Al Bunny. He's hilarious. He's been really cool to me.
Yeah, he's awesome. Okay. Thank you for coming up, Peanut. Appreciate you being here.
I'm gonna stay in here as long as I can. I got like 3 more minutes.
All right. Enjoy the flight. All right. Anti posted a link to information about the fire from Ray Pierce's channel. So you can go find out more information there, including maybe some ways to support him if you're able. Spike, good to see you. Thanks for being here. Shamrock, much love to Eustace. Yeah, I agree. This sounded great. Okay. Mike, you are up next. Thanks for letting Peanut cut in front there for a minute.
Yeah, thank you, Mike.
You're welcome. It was well worth it because I enjoyed that. That was cool.
Oh, right on. Cool.
All right.
All right, Mike. You want to tell us anything about what you're going to play next?
Yeah, I'm going to do a cover song next because Reed Between the Lines was just talking about it in the chat that the way I do it on piano is good.
Yes.
So I said, all right, you know what? I'll give it a shot. So
good. Yeah, I have your standout video of this, and I haven't played it yet here, so this is great. Perfect.
Oh, cool. You get it live. All right.
Yep.
In my eyes, indisposed, in disguises no one knows. lies the face, hides the snake in the sun in my disgrace. Boiling heat, summer stench, neath the black the sky looks dead. Call my name through the cream and I'll hear you scream again. Black hole sun, won't you come and wash away the rain? Black hole sun, won't you come, won't you come, won't you come? Stuttering, cold and damp, still the warm wind tired friend. Times are gone for honest men, sometimes far too long for snakes. In my shoes, walking sleep, in my youth I pray to keep heaven send hell away. No one sings like you anymore. Black hole sun, won't you come and wash away the rain? Black hole sun, won't you come, won't you come? Black hole sun, won't you come and wash away the rain? Black hole sun, won't you come, won't you come? Black hole sun, 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 hang my head, drown my fear, till you all just disappear. Black hole sun, won't you come and wash away the rain? Black hole sun, won't you come, won't you come? Black hole sun, won't you come and wash away the rain? Black hole sun, won't you come, won't you come? Black hole sun, 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 won't you come? Won't you come? Won't you come? Won't you come?
Fantastic, Mike. I love your version of that. Like
Thank
others
you.
said, hearing it on the piano it's just a whole different experience, you know?
I was adding harmony.
Oh, nice.
Nice. I wish I could have heard that.
Right? I know. That's like when Lady Campion says she's singing along or something. I'm like, oh, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, that was fantastic, Mike. Thank you.
She's truly the queen of harmonizing.
Yeah. Yeah, I noticed a lot of her harmonies in the song that we played today.
Yeah. Very complex.
Yes. Costa, very excited that you have an interface and that you're going to be able to be streaming and coming up on panels and stuff. Hopefully you'll be able to come up here sometime soon. Agreed, Jerry Lee. Very well done. And Mike is quite the entertainer.
Yes, he is.
right? Okay, Peanut, if you're still listening, I hope you have a good rest of your night at work.
Don't go nuts.
See you in here later. Yeah, don't go nuts. I don't think you can help it. All right. Whenever somebody writes applause, it makes me think of Blue Unicorn and applesauce. Very nice.
Lady Campion says we're not supposed to say nice things when she's lurking.
Too bad, Lady C. We say nice things about you all the time, whether you're officially here or not.
That was funny.
Okay. All right, let's see. I think that we're at you, Joe.
Mm-hmm. Well, this is your song request.
Yes, awesome. I don't think I've heard you sing this live, but I saw the video that you put up of this, and I love this song. Hey, Moon, good to see you. Thanks for being here.
Let's see, there it is.
Oh, awesome. I remember Costa. Okay. Looking forward to this. Thanks, Joe.
Sure. Okay. Hush now, don't you cry. Wipe away the teardrop from your eye. You're lying safe in bed. It was all a bad dream spinning in your head. Your mind tricked you to feel the pain of someone close to you leaving the game of life. So here it is, another chance. Wide awake, you face the day your dream is over. Or has it just begun? There's a place I like to hide, a doorway that I run through in the night. Relax, child, you were there, but only didn't realize when you were scared. It's a place where you will learn to face your fears, retrace the years, and ride the whims of your mind. Commanding in another world, suddenly you hear and see this magic new dimension. We'll be watching over you. I'm gonna help you see it through. We'll protect you in the night. And smiling next to you in silent lucidity.
Visualize your dreams, record them in the present tense, move them to a permanent form. If you persist, however, you can achieve your dream. I'll make you better. Dream control.
If you open your mind for me, you won't rely on open eyes to see. The walls you've built within come tumbling down and a new world will begin. Living twice at once you learn you're safe from pain in the dream domain, a soul set free to fly. A round-trip journey in your head, master of illusion. Can you realize your dream's alive, but you be the guide, but we'll be watching over you. I'm gonna help you see it through. We'll protect you in the night. I'm smiling next to you.
Unbelievable, Joe. You got me choked up on that one.
Thank you.
That was awesome. Yeah, that was absolutely stunning. Really well
Appreciate it.
done. Yeah, thank you. Appreciate you singing it. I love that song, and I think that might have even topped the video on your page, I have to say. I think that was amazing. Thank you so much for going for it, Joe. Always appreciate
Sure.
you. All right. Okay, we're going to go ahead and pull up another video. Let's see, Bran, I think. Let's see where we're at here. We are at Jeff Bird. Okay, this is a song. I've played his music video for him and this song before. It's one of my absolute favorites of Jeff's. And this is a live version of his song, When I Fall from Grace. And just beautiful vocals and a really beautiful message in this song as well. Here we go.
It's sincere when I say I'm over it. Never mention all the things that I regret. Underestimated past relationships. The darkness interrupted by your face. Oh, to hand out roses doesn't solve the problem. Yeah. No distraction never seemed to stop them. Wearing a mask only reveals the man you are. Life is always hiding our remains. When I fall from grace, I go all the way. When I fall from grace, I do it all. Yeah. When I fall from grace, I throw it all away. But the sun still shines on my face. Yeah. You're crossing the fault lines with reckless abandon. Yeah. Where is the fault line stored in a canyon? The desert is so beautiful. Oh, a guilty conscience always leaves a trace. When I fall from grace, I go all the way. fall from grace, I go all the way. Oh, when I fall from grace, I do it all. And when I fall from grace, I throw it all away. But the sun still shines on my face. But the sun still shines on that face.
Absolutely beautiful. I love his voice, and I just love the messages of so many of his songs. So please go check out Jeff Bird if you aren't familiar with him already.
He's very talented.
Yeah, he really is. And like Dax has said, he is doing some different things with his channel. But yeah, go check it out. He's got a lot going on over there. But my favorite part is, of course, his music. So fantastic. He might be coming up on panel sometime soon, too. Agreed. Stunning job, Jeff. All right. Okay, let's see. I think we're back to you, Forrest.
All right. This is going to be kind of loud. I apologize. But it is a...
Take out your earbuds.
Yeah, it's a loud song. So... And I get into it, so I apologize.
Love it.
I've warned. I gotta stand up. Oh, Father, tell me, do we get what we deserve? Oh, we get what we deserve. And way down we go. Oh, 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 way down we go. Oh, 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 way down we go. Way down we go. Oh, you let your feet run wild. Time has come as we all fall, go down. Yeah, before the fall of mine. Do you dare to look him right in the eye? Oh, 'cause they'll run you down to the door. Yeah, they will run you down to you fall. And they will run you down till you go, yeah, till you can't crawl no more. And way down we go, oh, 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 way down we go, oh, say way down we go, oh, yeah. Oh, they will run you down till you fall. Oh, way down we go. Oh, baby, yeah. Whoa, baby. Baby, oh. down we go. Oh, 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 way down we go. Say way down we go. Way down we go.
All right. Forrest, I think we were all feeling that. That was great. That's a great song. I mean, your voice is great on everything I've heard you sing, but that was a really great one for your voice, I have to say.
It did fit your voice very well.
Yeah. I'm here just says, oh, yeah.
Yeah, that was great. Nice job.
Really well done. Yep. Shamrock has chills.
Thank you.
Soul. That's right.
Soul.
Fantastic.
Thank
Ryan, it's good to see you. Thanks for being here. Glad you're a part of this community for sure.
Did you hear a new variant was coming out?
Oh yeah, I know, right? They're releasing it like it's that season or something.
Yeah, it's called BS 24/7.
You know what? I saw your comment and I somehow missed that completely. So I'm glad you said it. You know, yeah, that's pretty much. Isn't that the name of every variant?
Just a money-making scheme is all it is.
Right. Yeah, we'll get into that more during the conversation side of things. But fantastic. All right. Thank you, Anti, for slinging links for the panel, and to Nooks and my other mods for slinging links for content creators in chat. Appreciate you all. All right. Let's see. I think that next we have Mike.
Thank you. All right. I got one more in me for tonight, so it's going to be an original, and it's called Up From Here.
Love this one.
Take our time on the road, 'cause we ain't got nowhere to go, but only up from here after an all-time low. And if I thought you'd care, I'd say I love you, but we'll just close our eyes and let go. Leave me, baby, hold me, maybe. Either way, we'll learn to grow, survive and find a road home and make it up from here. I'll lead the way, and if you don't follow, you'll still find your road home and make it up from here. Hatred breeding out of control, while blessed with what some will never know. Can't take that back after what you say. When it's in the past, you regret someday, and give anything to be here again. Leave me, baby, hold me, maybe. Either way, we'll learn to grow, survive and find a road home and make it up from here. I'll lead the way, and if you don't follow, you'll still find your road home and make it up from here. Either way, we'll learn to grow, survive and find a road home and make it up from here. I'll lead the way, and if you don't follow, you'll still find your road home and make it up from here. Baby, you drive me crazy. I'm not going anywhere, but if you wanna leave, you can go right now. Either way, we'll learn to grow,
Amazing, Mike. Love it.
Thank you.
As always, love the lyrics on that one also.
Oh, awesome. Thanks. Appreciate that.
Yeah. Thanks so much for coming up and joining us, Mike. I always appreciate it when you do.
Yeah, thanks for having me. Appreciate it.
I always like
Thanks,
your
everyone.
original songs. They're really good.
Thank you, Joe. I really appreciate that.
Yeah,
Nice
Imir
nice
says,
job.
always enjoy a great piano player.
Cool.
Likewise.
Thank you, everyone. Appreciate you being here and sticking around and watching and giving me an audience. And hope you all have a good night.
Thank you. Thanks for sticking around for the rotation and everything and joining us. Appreciate you, Mike.
Absolutely. Thanks.
God bless.
Bye.
Yep. Take care. Have a good night. Okay. You know what? Count, I've had somebody do that. I think it was the last stream, but I've had that happen a few times, and I've done that before too. If you have, I know a lot of people are supporting a lot of different people or like checking out different chats at the same time. You accidentally write in the wrong one. Cracks me up. Okay, I agree, Fish. Brilliant. Okay, Joe, are you up for another one? Or are you hanging out?
Yeah, I'm up for another one.
Okay, great. Good. Glad to hear it.
Trying to decide between two.
Okay.
I think I'll choose the one that I'm most comfortable with. So.
It's a good one. Count. That's what I always hear when I hear that song too.
Let's see, it's well, I'm trying to remember the title of it.
I can't tell on that one, Snooks. It could go either way.
Oh, if it's called If I Can't Love Her. This is only in the Broadway version of Beauty and the Beast.
Oh, I love this song. Yeah, this one always gets me choked up, Joe. Okay, here we go. At least I'm prepared.
Let me share my screen here. There it is. Okay. And in my twisted face, there's not the slightest trace of anything that even hints of kindness. And from my tortured shape, no comfort, no escape. I see, but deep within is utter blindness, hopeless, as my dream dies, as the time flies, love a lost illusion, helpless, unforgiven, cold and driven to this sad conclusion. No beauty could move me, no goodness improve me, no power on earth if I can't love her. No passion could reach me, no lesson could teach me how I could have loved her and made her love me too. If I can't love her, then who? Long ago I should have seen all the things I could have been. Careless and unthinking, I moved onward.
No pain could be deeper, no life could be cheaper, no point anymore if I can't love her. No spirit could win me, no hope left within me. Hope I could have loved her and that she'd set me free. But it's not to be if I can't love her. Let the world be done with me.
Unbelievable, Joe. That was fantastic.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's such a beautiful song.
It's one of my favorites.
Yeah, it's really beautiful. We had not officially a foster daughter, but a foster situation for 3 years. And that song came out during that time, and it always makes me think of her. Beautiful. Yeah, right. The next Tony Award winner goes to Joe Norman.
Yep.
Stunning. Really beautiful. Thank you, Joe.
Thank you.
And that made me think, for some reason, reminded me, Mr. B! I saw you come in earlier. I hope you're looking and listening. I meant to shout you out, so I didn't put it in chat, and then I keep forgetting. So you were noticed. Thank you for coming in and being here. Appreciate you. Okay. All right. We're going to go ahead and pull up a song. This is The Latest by Michael Lanthier. Michael, hopefully you're still lurking. And this is an untitled instrumental. On his channel, it just says new music. And it's beautiful, beautiful song as always. Really love Michael and his music. All right. Here we go. Really beautiful. As always, Michael. Love it.
Ethereal.
Yes. A touch of Tron. Yeah, I was saying it looks like like in the best way, like a retro screensaver. Loved
That
it.
or Max Headroom was going to come on there and go, Max Headroom.
Right? Don't give up, Count. Hang in there.
I know this song Wuthering Heights, but I don't know it well enough to sing it. So
I got no clue. That's why I said that's all you, Joe.
Yeah, I know the song.
Is that a musical?
It's a song that was popular in the 60s, I believe.
No, yeah. Before
Richard Harris sang it, I know.
Yeah, that was beautiful. And that's just Michael, jamming. It's not even titled. It's just him putting it out there for us to enjoy. I appreciate that, Michael. Okay, let's see. Where are we at in the rotation? Joe, you sang last. Is that right? So I think we're at you, Forrest.
All right. I wish I could play instruments, but I play a mean kazoo. That's all I can play.
Awesome.
I can pelt that thing out till the wax paper breaks. You know what I'm saying?
Right. Looking forward to that, Lady C.
I know band instruments, but those are not the normal band instruments. It's spelled BANNED.
I mean, the only band I can play is a Band-Aid. I mean, that's it. Here we go. Must have been mid-afternoon. I could tell by how far a child's shadow stretched out, and he walked with a purpose in his sneakers. Down the street he had many questions, like children often do. He said, "Tell me how your thoughts on God." Tell me, am I very far? Must have been late afternoon. On our way, the sun broke free of the clouds. We count only blue cars, skip the cracks in the street and ask many questions, like children often do. We said, "Tell me how your thoughts on God," 'cause I'd really like to meet her and ask her why we're who we are. Tell me how your thoughts on God, 'cause I'm on my way to see her. So tell me, am I very far? Am I very far now? It's getting cold, picked up the pace. How our shoes make odd noises in this place. Our clothes are disdain. We pass many cross-eyed people and ask many questions like children often do. Tell me all your thoughts on God, 'cause I'd really like to meet her and ask her why we're who we are. Tell me all your thoughts on God, 'cause I'm on my way to see her. So tell me, am I very far? Am I very far now? Well, am I very far now? Well, am I very far now? Ooh, 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 ooh. Ooh, 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 ooh.
Awesome, Forrest. Well done.
Thank you.
Good job.
A great one. Yeah. Staying with conviction.
That's
I
a
agree.
tough song to sing.
Yeah. Really beautiful.
Yeah, I got to go to my high octave on that. Look, that's a big word. That's a big word. Y'all hear that big word? Octave? What the hell do I do?
Uh-oh, I'm usually be in trouble.
I always thought the word abbreviated should be shorter.
Right?
Good
call. Good call.
It's ironic that non-hyphenated requires a hyphen to write it down.
Right? Okay, I think we're going to go ahead and go into a video, and then Joe, if you're up for another, we'll just keep going.
Sure.
Awesome. All right, this next one is by Crimson Crux. They were here in the chat, but I know they had to take off. This is one of my favorites of theirs, but I do love all of their songs. Their covers, but especially their originals. And this is Glitch featuring Paul Martinez. Here we go. Phenomenal as always. Love their sound and their lyrics of their songs, but also I really love their videos. They always put together such great music videos. So well done, Tanya and Nate. Thanks for being in here earlier, and thanks for sharing your music with all of us. Chris, good to see you, covered by CQ. Thanks for coming by. Appreciate you being here. All right.
That was interesting.
Yeah, it's a good one. I know it's one that gets you thinking when you listen to those lyrics. All right, thanks for everybody who's hanging out and lounging, lurking, and to my replayers as well. Appreciate you all. I do get quite a few people that come back and watch after the fact. Thank you to those of you who let me know by leaving a comment or sending me a message to let me know. Okay, let's see. Yep, I agree. Stunning work, Crimson. Okay, thank you, Snooks. All right, I think we are back to you, Joe.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see here. Okay, we're about a half an hour away from switching gears into conversation. We've got a lot to talk about tonight, lots going on in the world. Hopefully some people will come up to join us in about a half hour for that conversation.
Nothing big's happened recently, right?
Yeah, right. Like every day.
Okay, here's my song. I'm not sure about the volume level, so I'm going to play around with it a little bit. Okay. First of all must go your scent upon my pillow, and then I'll say goodbye to the whispers in my dreams, and then our lips will part in my mind and in my heart, 'cause your kiss went deeper than my skin. Piece by piece is how I let go of you. Kiss by kiss will leave my mind one at a time, one at a time. First of all must fly my dreams of you and I. There's no point of holding on to those, and then our ties will break for your and my own sake. Just remember, this is what you chose. Piece by piece is how I let go of you. Kiss by kiss will leave my mind one at a time, one at a time. I'll shed light skin our memories of lazy days, and fade away the shadow of your face. Piece by piece is how I'll let go of you. Kiss by kiss will leave my mind one at a time, one at a time, one at a time, one at a time.
Really well done, Joe.
Thank you.
Oh, it sounded amazing. I think everybody was kind of mesmerized for a minute there. So chat kind of slowed down. You know what I mean? That happens sometimes during those kinds of songs.
Yeah. Trying to give you a variety of different sounds, styles of songs.
Yeah, no, you're amazing at that. Really, really beautiful. I love that a lot.
Thanks.
Thank you, Joe. Okay, we're going to keep kind of alternating here, music videos and live singers. The link is still pinned and we still have about a half an hour. So if anybody else does want to come up, you are more than welcome. Don't feel like you need a personal invitation. It is open for everyone. Okay, let's see. I think the next one we have coming up is one that Anti has shared with us. Hopefully we can share this well. It looks like it's going to work out. This is a clip from a live stream of Rick Renstrom's. And hold on one second. Okay, and Anti was given permission to share it here, so I'm really excited for this because I love Rick Renstrom. He's very talented, and if you're not familiar, please make sure that you go and sub him up. Oop, and go right away. Here we go. unbelievable.
Yeah.
Rick is incredible. Like you said, Costa, incredible talent, right? And yeah, it did work, Brand. Thank you for sharing, and thanks for it's just a different with an MP4 instead of a normal YouTube vid. So thank you so much for dealing with that and for sharing out all the videos that you do, Brand. Thank you. Yeah, it did play right away though, so I got a little bit cut off and I didn't get to finish what I was saying. So I want to say that song was called Tears of Time. Really beautiful. Thank you again, Anti, for sharing that with us. And Rick streams on Wednesdays and on Saturdays, and then he also does some pop-up streams. He usually he does the vertical streams have been working really well for him. So he's been getting a lot of people in there for those. And it's just really high energy. And he sounds like, incredible the entire stream. It's amazing. So if you're not subbed, go check out his channel. That's Rick Renstrom Music, and make sure you're subbed. You can hit the notification in the link that I dropped for the upcoming live, which is tomorrow. Frankie, good to see you. Thanks for being here. Yeah, amazing, right? He's incredible. Okay. All right. Sippin', good to see you. Always the same time here. Damn. Right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Forrest, you're up next.
Yes, ma'am.
Thanks for being here and singing with us live. Appreciate you.
No problem. This will probably be my last one, and I gotta jump over to another karaoke stream. Share, because sharing is caring.
Yep. I appreciate you being here while you're with us. Appreciate that. And there are a lot of great streamers going right now and always. So appreciate all of you who have chose to spend time here.
No problem. All right, let's leave you with some. Sinking. Hello, my friend, we meet again. It's been a while, where should we begin? Feels like forever. Within my heart and memories of perfect love that you gave to me. Oh, I remember when you are with me. I'm free, I'm careless, I believe. Above all the others, we'll fly. This brings tears to my eyes, my sacrifice. We've seen our share of ups and downs. Oh, how quickly life can turn around. In an instant, it feels so good to reunite within yourself and with your mind. That's too fast. Let's find peace there. 'Cause when you are with me, I'm free, I'm careless, I believe. Above all the others, we'll fly. This brings tears to my eyes, my sacrifice. I just want to say hello
again. And I just want to say hello again. 'Cause when you are with me, I'm free, I'm careless, I believe above all the others we'll fly. This brings tears to my eyes. 'Cause when you are with me, I'm free, I'm careless, I believe above all the others we'll fly. This brings tears to my eyes. My sacrifice, my sacrifice. And I just want to say hello again. My sacrifice.
That was
Great job.
awesome. Great.
All right. Thank y'all so much. Thank you for letting me sing. Joe, I'll see
In
you
here.
Yep.
Yeah, I want to make sure you saw. I'm here in the chat had suggested that you try or that you sing Kryptonite sometime, and I don't know if you've already done that one, but I agree. I think that would be a great one for your.
If I go crazy, then will you still call me Superman?
Nice. Yep. Well done.
All right.
All right. Thank you again, Forrest. Appreciate you.
That
Thank
song's
y'all.
my kryptonite.
Yeah. Y'all guys have a wonderful, wonderful night. We'll see y'all next time.
God bless.
You too.
Bye, y'all.
Much love. What is it? V just says no, Indy, no. All right. Maybe I missed something, but you guys crack me up always. Right, Bran? Thank you, Anti. Okay. All right. We're going to go ahead and pull up one more. And then, Joe, if you want to do another, I think we're getting close to shifting gears here.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. This is a cover of Tool's Sober by Rhodey's Jam Cave. Amazing. I always end up missing their live streams, and they don't do them, I think, on a set schedule as far as I understand, which is part of why. But I love whenever I catch them live because they're so talented and really great guys, and they do a lot of great covers. So please go and check out Rhodey's Jam Cave. Make sure you have your notifications on, so hopefully you catch them live, and then check. As always, for those of you who do, I appreciate you. If you're looking for a place to go, check my community tab. Really quick, I guess, kind of public service announcement. I am currently not sharing links, and this is not any kind of begging for a wrench anywhere. Heads up, that's not what this is about. There is a troll that's driving me crazy. I'm not even going to mention more about it after this because I'm not feeding the trolls. But I'm not currently sharing links for places where I don't have a wrench because I know all of the accounts of this troll, and they come in, and it's happened to a couple of you. Thank you for bearing with it. And sorry about that. My intention is not to drag the trolls with me, but to get good people to come over and subscribe and check you out. But right now there is someone who's being persistent about following me around. So if I don't have a wrench, I'm not sharing out your links right now. Please don't take it personally. I'm still sharing them in my Discord, just not on my community tab, because it just affects the entire stream and it's not worth it. So
I'll give you my whole toolbox.
Thanks, Joe. Appreciate that. But yeah. But anyway, so Yeah, I know, Uman. The trolls can be fun. There's good trolls and there's bad trolls. This is one of the bad ones. He says horrible things that are complete lies about a lot of people from the community. He's been around for years. A lot of people know who he is, but he has several accounts, and it just throws off the entire stream. So it's just not worth it. And that's not what sharing is about. And so, yeah, just wanted to give a heads up so people don't get offended that I'm not sharing out their streams, because I know you notice that I usually do. Okay, all right, back to the music. Here we go. Roadie's Jam Cave with their cover of Sober. Here we go.
There's a shadow just behind me, shrouding every step I take, making every promise empty, pointing every finger at me, thinking like a startled butler, blew upon the finger rest, but now the pattern must weave, just because the sun has come. Just a worthless liar, I am just an innocent. I will only complicate you, just in mean times when I will find center in you. I will chew it up and leave. I will work to elevate you, just enough to bring you down. Something about the passing down. just a worthless liar. I'm just an imbecile. I will only complicate you. Trust in me and fall as well. I will find the center in you. I will chew it up and leave. Trust me, trust me, trust me. Why can't we not be sober? But nothing's over. We sleep forever, but love won't do. Start this over. I want what I want. I want what I want. I want what I want. I want what I want.
Fantastic. Great song and such an amazing cover by Rhodey's Jam Cave. Love that. All right, right? Yeah. Make sure that you go and sub them up, you guys. Like I said, hit the notification and the bell so you can catch them when they're live because they put on a great show.
Everything I've heard from them has been great.
Yeah. One of their songs that I've played several times is their cover of Simple Man, which I'm sure I'll continue to play. But yes, guys might be familiar with them from that, but I've shared several of their songs out because every of them has been amazing. Okay. All right. Joe,
Yes,
you are up again. This is great.
I like one more song
with Joe on it.
And this is a unique love song that was written by Ben Folds of Ben Folds 5.
Oh, yeah.
It's called The Luckiest. Simple but beautiful.
Great.
At least I think it is. Okay. Don't get many things right the first time. In fact, I am told that a lot. Now I know all the wrong turns, the stumbles and falls brought me here. And where was I before the day that I first saw your lovely face? Now I see it every day, and I know that I am the luckiest. What if I'd been born 50 years before you, in a house on a street where you lived? Maybe I'd be outside as
as you passed on your bike, would I know? And in a wide sea of eyes, I see one pair that I recognize. And I know that I am the luckiest. I love you more than I have ever found a way to say to you. Next door, there's an old man who lived to his 90s and one day passed away in his sleep. And his wife, she stayed for a couple of days and passed away. I'm sorry, I know that's a strange way to tell you that I know we belong, and that I know that I am the luckiest.
Really beautiful. Really beautiful song, Joe. The
I
chat
love
took
that
a turn. Oh, you guys crack me up. Beautiful song.
Thank you.
Cheryl says it would be hard to sing reading these comments, right?
That's why I don't see them when I'm singing.
Yeah. That was great. Oh my God, you guys. Okay. All right. I'm going to go ahead and pull up another song here. Let's see where we at. Okay. This is a beautiful, beautiful song per usual from Zio Fender and Soundtrack. And this is Enigma. Here we go. All right. Always the amazing Zio Fender. And that was with Soundtrack. And yes, it is a very fun song to sing with, which kind of fits in with the chat and also to dance to. I agree. Yeah, that one gets you moving.
I had no idea they had techno bars in Nashville.
Yeah, I think they have.
I thought it was
everything now,
country capital of the world.
All right. Okay, Joe, you want to do one more for us?
I can do one more.
Awesome.
Okay. Let me share my screen. I didn't know if you were going to go into the conversation part
I
yet.
think, yeah, if you're up for singing one more, then I have one more song we'll play, and then we'll kind of switch gears right after that. So we've got this song and one more.
I've got one.
Okay, great. And for anybody who is in the chat who wants to come up for conversation, you are welcome to come and join us. Go ahead and join the panel. The link is pinned at the top.
Okay.
Beth, I hear you calling, but I can't come home right now. Me and the boys are playing, and we just can't find the sound. Just a few more hours, and I'll be right home to you. I think I hear them calling. Oh, Beth, what can I do? Beth, what can I do? You say you feel so empty, that our house just ain't a home, and I'm always somewhere else, and you're always there alone. Just a few more hours, and I'll be right home to you. I think I hear them calling. Oh, Beth, what can I do? Beth, what can I do? Beth, I know you're lonely, and I hope you'll be alright, 'cause me and the boys will be playing all night.
Love that song, and that was beautiful.
Thank you.
Thank you, Joe. Thanks for being up here and for singing so many songs. Appreciate that.
I didn't expect to, but I was happy to help out.
Well, thank you. Yeah, this was great. All right.
Normally you have a full panel of singers.
Yeah, I know. It's hard to know. I never know who's going to show up and who, it is what it is. And, it's kind of this whole, I guess there's a silver lining either way. I always love having a full panel and, getting to hear different people sing live is always amazing. But then on nights when there aren't as many people, I get to play more of the songs from the community, and share videos, and it works out well either way. So, but appreciate you being here tonight for sure.
Sure. I wanted to tell you, I met a microbiologist yesterday. He was much bigger than I expected him to be.
Oh, Joe, you and the dad jokes. I love that you put them up on your channel. That's great.
Thanks.
Yep. Okay. All right. We have one final song before we switch gears. And Virginia Roots, thanks for coming up. Or rather, Venus Rising, thank you for coming up to join us. Appreciate you being here. And we'll go ahead and do this one song and then kind of shift gears into conversation. And I think there's plenty to talk about this week. So it should be a good conversation, good time for kind of questioning things together. All right. To sort of bring us into that, I'm going to play another one of my favorites that I've played several times here before, but never can get enough of. And this is Freedom by Scars and Shadows. Scars and Shadows, I haven't seen around in a little bit. I'm going to make sure I'm sending lots of love and prayers her way, and hope everything is well with her. And I always love to support her. So please go over and give her some love, leave some comments, and check out her songs. All right, here we go.
Night dispels. Don't you fear a thing. Keep dreaming. The sand burns my eyes, haunting me, whispering freedom. The world, it smiles, fading in the dark for me. Freedom. These words, they fade, lightning striking everything. Freedom hurts like hell here inside of me. Keep breathing. The fire, the smell, forget what I see, whispering freedom. The world, it smiles, fading in the dark for me. Freedom. These words, they fade, lightning striking everything. Freedom. Blood that spilled, save me from me. Keep screaming. When darkness fell, it's so hard to breathe, whispering freedom. The world, it smiles, fading in the dark for me. Freedom. These words, they fade, lightning striking everything. Freedom. The world, it smiles, fading in the
Absolutely
Wow.
beautiful. Yep.
Haunting.
Love that song. Yeah, definitely. I agree. Very good. Yeah, Jerry, that's what I've heard. Okay. All right. We're shifting gears into conversation. The link is pinned at the top of the chat for anybody else who wants to come up and join us. And I do have some videos I kind of want to start off with tonight. And then we'll kind of see where we want to take it after that. But yes, I agree, Virginia. Portishead vibe. Good call.
Your audio seems to be fluctuating in volume.
Mine?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh,
you
it
were
could be.
underwater.
Ooh, am I still? Let me.
Nope.
It's better now.
Okay, I didn't do anything. So
That's weird.
yeah.
No, I'm doing
Yeah.
the same. I keep roboting, and even Joe, a couple of times your voice and your face moving is not lined up. So I think it's all of us, honestly. I think we're all getting a little glitched.
Yeah, YouTube shenanigans.
Not surprising.
Right?
Maybe.
Thank you for the reminder,
Yeah.
Anti.
Yep.
Always be keeping our troops in mind. And Mo, thank you for letting us know that's an alternate account. Appreciate that. Yeah, Scars and Shadows is awesome. And John, welcome. Good to see you. If you're able to come and join the panel, I would love to have you up here. You always have insightful information to share. I agree, Jerry. Very powerful. Okay. It was the gremlins, right, Count? Yeah, I agree, Snooks. Okay. Oh, prayers for your family member, Jane, and for all who are serving.
Yep.
All right. Sorry, just checking some chat stuff real fast. Okay. Well, do you guys want to start off with the video? Bran, are you around still to share this, or should I share this one?
I have to go.
Okay. I knew you had to when we switched gears, so I just wanted to make sure. Thank you so much for being here, Bran. Always.
Thank you.
Yeah.
It's good to have help like Brand gives you.
For sure. I know. He's like my sidekick, one of my sidekicks in all of this. And it's definitely a team effort. This is a community channel, not just mine. And Bran, you are very much appreciated. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Yep. Okay. Well, have a good night, Bran. Much love to you. Have a good night at work, too. Or a good day at work tomorrow, I mean. Okay. I'm going to go ahead and share a video. It's going to take me just a second here. And this is a video I had shared during a backstage speakeasy, and it got some really great conversation going. I'm going to speed it. Oh, no, that's not what I'm doing. I'm going to speed it up just a little bit because it is about a 17-minute video. But that also gives me a little chance to get up and move around and take a break for a second. So I'll be listening in the chat while this plays. But not highlighting comments. And this is a video that I hope people will listen to. And, you know, obviously we do not all have to agree here. Oh, good to see you, Cindy. Thanks for being here. Richard, welcome. In from Dublin, Ireland. Hello to you across the pond. Yes, free speech and expression is a must, Jerry Lee, which goes right along with what I was just about to say. I hope that we can continue to agree to disagree, because I do feel like, you know, with everything going on, there's almost more division that's taking place. You know, I know some people are in a place of really being, you know, in high spirits and uplifted and feeling really excited about what's happening right now with the new administration. Some, I'll say like me, are kind of a mixed bag. I see a lot of really positive things, but I also feel like a lot of my views that are, I don't know, more trepidatious are being confirmed. And so it's kind of this balancing act. And then there's some who obviously are not happy at all about this new administration and the direction things are going. So I hope that we can continue to have the great conversations here, agree to disagree, be civil with each other, even as we disagree. And, you know, I'm not trying to just be an echo chamber. So I'm open to criticism and trying to keep an open mind myself. Okay, so with that said, I'm going to go ahead and pull up this video. I hope that you guys all enjoy it and get something from it. And like I said, I'll be in chat and then right back here afterwards. Here we go. Oh, actually, you know what? Before I do that, sorry, I'm going to change my sound setting so it probably sounds better. And there we go. Now we're ready. All right.
I've been speaking publicly probably close to 20 years now. And I wish that I could be better at finding the right words to conveying certain principles and messages. I see that very often, despite my best efforts, the message, at least the way that it is intended to come out, doesn't arrive. Lately, I've been criticized heavily and attacked, which is totally fine. That's part of it. And I don't lose any sleep over it. But particularly, I've been criticized and attacked, or we have been, because of our not just skepticism, but because of reporting on what is actually transpiring, what alliances are happening in the world, and what is unfolding without much resistance. And people criticize me because they say, finally, we got change. Finally, we got someone in power who's going to do the right things and fix things and bring the right people in. And why don't you just wait and see and get on the train and just give them a chance? Well, when you've been studying the system for as long as we have, then you realize a few things that are not visible or obvious to those who haven't. Understanding that the governments, the way that we see them in the world today, they were not a development of the people. They were not random things that happened or improvements in the structure. The governments, the way we see them today, which are the next step from monarchies and open autocrats, right? We have moved from those structures to what people today call democracies, which they think is the participation of the people in their governments. And the very structure that they are defending, or the systems that they're wanting to keep alive, are the very systems who were put in place to usher in the ultimate agenda, which is a centralized, AI-controlled world government and a restructuring of this entire construct that we're in, including our own biology, and a control system which will be pretty much unbreakable. Now, that's why these structures were created in the first place, because the entities who've been plotting this have been working on this for hundreds and thousands of years even. So when you think, oh, the left is so bad, oh, the right is so bad, all of these streams, political parties, left, right, they were created to forward this agenda. And for 10 years, the left does it better, and the next 10 years, the right does it. And meanwhile, the people are being put in those boxes so they can keep fighting over comparatively petty issues and never really look at the big picture. That has not fundamentally changed. I agree that there is an awakening happening, but just like everything, when something happens that initially is hard to control, what these entities do really well is they create streams, they create influencers, they create parties, they create movements, they create groups to bring those critical voices, those rebels, those awakeners into a certain stream. Within that stream, they provide them with enough information. It's very interesting. It's inspiring even. It's enlightening. It's all of those things. And they throw in some truths, sure, but they still lead people on the path of deception. Here's the thing. If you are walking a journey of 1,000 miles, 1 degree off doesn't seem like much while you're walking the first half mile. But once you're closer to your destination, you're going to be somewhere completely different if you're only 1 degree off your destination. And if that destination is truth and you're 1 degree off, you're going to land somewhere completely different. So we have the new president is sort of the old president now, right? And President Trump, and a team that is to a large degree highly questionable, that in the background is connected to the same power structures, the same massive corporations, the same influencers in the money sphere as always. The big agendas have not changed. Yes, they're being rebranded. They're being rebranded from globalism to patriotism. They're being rebranded from interconnectedness to America First, but that's just a rebranding. The AI, the digital revolution, the control grid, all of this is still being pushed and still being advanced now at a much faster rate because the opposition was literally pacified. You have people that were on the complete other side of the spectrum just a few short years ago, like Elon Musk. Look at Vivek Ramaswamy's past. Look at what he's invested in. Look at his business partners. You have, people that were diehard liberals or Democrats all their lives all of a sudden joined the team. And then you look at the team, you go, interesting. So all of these people just randomly changed their minds. Could that be the truth? And then you have a complete misunderstanding of the world of politics and how this system operates. And let's just take the most illustrious figure of the last 10 years, Donald Trump, right? A go-getter, a highly successful man who's had, everything from started out good, built something big, lost it all, built it up again, or was helped to build it up again. And who helped him? You got to look into that too. But let's just assume that a lot of the things that he said in the very beginning, he meant. Let's just assume that that's where his heart's at. For those of you who've never been in a political structure, if you come into that world jaded, cynical, and, sort of corrupt, that's the best possible way to be if you want to be in politics. If you go into politics as someone who's authentic, who has real goals, or even wants to help the people, you are not just the enemy. You are met with a fire and fury you can't possibly imagine. This is the cesspool. This is the worst of the worst. This is where the bottom feeders go. This is where the scum of the earth goes. These are the most horrible, psychopathic people that you could possibly imagine. That's who inhabits the sphere of politics, especially in the background, the people that you don't see as much. Yes, in the forefront too, but in the background even more. So now I'm asking you, 10 years in, do you know how many times they tried to kill the man? Do you know how many threats? I can tell you one thing. Between the first election in 2016 and his inauguration in January of 2017, there were, and this I can confirm, I have firsthand reports from the Secret Service team, his team. There were more than 23 legitimate attempts on his life in those few short months. 23. Can you imagine what has happened since? Can you imagine the threats against his family, his children, his grandchildren? Can you imagine that all the time? Because even if he's part of one club, there's another club who wants to fight him. There's another club who wants to kill him. So do you think that at some point you make a deal? Do you think that at some point, even if your heart's in the best possible place, that you make some sort of arrangement, some sort of agreement? And that is the world of politics. If you don't make any agreements, you don't get anywhere. Why am I sharing this with you? Because people still put faith and hope in this system and this structure that was created to enslave them, that was created to keep them under control, that was created to give them the illusion of participation. This big structure was created for that purpose. So you can call me a nihilist, or you can call me a black pillar, but I'm the opposite of that. What I'm saying is, as long as people think that this tiny structure on top will change the big structure down below, which is the people, which is life as we know it, our families, our hopes, our dreams, our everything, our livelihoods, those people, those entities on top will laugh. They will laugh at us, and they will give us more of what we need to keep believing that. The change that we all feel is possible, that we know in our hearts needs to happen, can only happen from within us. We as a collective, even if only at a critical mass, we as a collective need to change. We need to be that freaking change. And that thing on top will not only change by default, but it will sink into its rightful position underneath us. A government can never be above us, not if it's proper. And then it wouldn't even be called a government any longer. There would be another name. But then it would serve us just as it was intended to be by the people, not by the structure, by the people. And so as long as we keep that hope and change, Obama's going to bring hope and change, right? And then Obama was the big disappointment, let millions and millions, hundreds of millions of people down, went into wars, did what everyone else did before him, just had a better PR team. And then the next guy comes, oh, hope and change, we're going to change it all. And the people wait and wait and wait and wait and wait. And that's been the message for so long, that as long as we give away our power to some people we've never met that tell us what we want to hear and then turn around and do what they want to do, things will not change. But more importantly, our lives, our story, our creative power, all of those things will not fundamentally change. If this was the year 2000, I probably would chill out and sit back and be a little more relaxed. But this is the year 2025. Their agenda is so far along. Their infrastructure is in place. The stuff that we've been warning against 15, 20 years ago is in place. It's all here. The grid is here. The grid is here. The 5G satellites, 6G satellites, 7G satellites, the smart meters, the complete digital control grid, it's all here. So we're a few short years at the most away from an almost unbreakable control structure. And people are hypnotized, toxified, and complacent by continually putting their faith and hope and dreams in some other person. And what we've been saying, and I wish I had the right words. I truly wish I could find better words. And I totally take responsibility for that I don't. I wish that people could see that the solution is staring them back in the eye from the mirror every single day. It's always been that way. It's always been that way. We don't need the Trumps, the RFKs, the Elon Musks to go and say, we're going to save the world, we're going to fix things. When has that ever worked? And when has that ever had an impact on you personally? Can Bobby Kennedy Jr. go and heal your traumas? Can he go and heal your heart and your relationships? Can he go and ignite within you the knowing and the understanding that you are what you've been waiting for, and that you apply yourself to the fullest of your abilities? Can he go and create the best possible version of you, or Trump, or anyone else? They can't. I mean, even if they were the best people in the world, even if they had the purest heart, even if they were at the highest consciousness possible, even if all those things were true, they still couldn't do it. Because it's impossible. No one else can change you but you. Yes, with the power of the prime creator, sure, but still you, free will. It's always been you, folks. And this message, people don't want to hear. They fight. Everyone who's bringing this message, they fight. They fight tooth and nail. And I don't want to compare myself to anyone who's presently living or who's lived before. But anyone who's bringing that message is hated. People that openly share the truth are generally hated. Because we, as human beings, much rather hear a comfortable lie than an uncomfortable truth. And so whatever happens, I'm sure there will be some good things that will happen. Sure, it's always like that. But please know that from everything that we've seen, that we've heard, from the horse's mouth, from the people themselves, they're going to further this agenda, rebranded, renamed, under a different slogan, but nonetheless. And all we can, or what we can actually do, is say no when we mean no, and yes when you mean yes, when we mean yes. There's nothing that can be done to us if we don't give that power to someone else, if we don't comply with it, and if we say no, it's game over. It's game over. Are you willing to risk your avatar, your physical body for that? I hope you are. It's just a body. It's just an avatar. It's not you. It's a temporary form of existence. It's not who you really are anyways. So yeah, we're going to continue to share the truth as we see it to the best of our abilities. And I'm not going to give in to any pressure. I'm not going to give in to anyone who tells me I need to get on board, I need to jump on a train.
Otherwise, you unsubscribe.
Yeah, or otherwise you unsubscribe. Well, then go unsubscribe. If you think that we're in this work for popularity, for self-importance, there are a million things that are much easier for self-importance and popularity. I used to have a record deal. I was touring. I was up on stage every night. Why do you think I stepped away from that to a large degree, doing what I do now? Doing what we do every day. Again, it's not because of me or because of what, I have the truth. It's because that's what my calling, that's what our calling is. Whether it's comfortable or not does not really matter, because it mostly isn't. But here's my last message for today. I put no faith in the world of politics. I put no faith in strangers that tell people what they want to hear. But I have a knowing inside of me that there are many, many awakened, wonderful, co-creative spirits all over the place. And all they need to do is apply themselves. All they need to do is be who they are. That's what I have faith in. That's what I have a knowing for. And we are the ones who can turn the ship around. But we got to do it. Ain't nobody going to do it for us. Thank you for tuning in. We love you. We appreciate you. We'll be back with you again very, very soon.
And I just want to say thank you.
Okay. All right. Lots of great conversation happening in the chat. I know that was a little on the lengthy side, so thanks for sticking with me, everybody. But
Indy, your volume is really, really low.
Okay.
Your volume
I-
is super low.
I hear you fine. But
Yep. It's
Oh,
because
really?
I switched it.
Okay.
It's when I switched it back for the. Yeah, I have to switch it back. That should be better.
There we go.
that's
That's
louder.
better. Yeah.
Remind me of videos because I'm sharing videos myself. And see, this is why I need brand. Do you see? It takes me forever to switch and like change all the sound and everything to talk. And yeah. Okay. But yeah, I agree with what a lot of you are saying. I also see some, obviously different opinions. As far as like there only being one truth or people having their personal truths, I'm glad Snooks, I think you addressed that, and then others have been talking about it too. I think that I think there's only one truth. I mean, truth is fact. So, facts either are or they're not. There are absolute truths. I don't believe in this. It doesn't make sense. It's like there aren't multiple truths. There's one, but there are
Right.
a lot of perspectives. And, that's why we're fallible. We can watch the exact same video like that and see it completely differently. We can have the exact same experience, but see it from different perspectives. We all bring to the table our own background knowledge, our own, morals and values, moral compasses, even if you will. Drink or smoke, if you know, you know. And I think that, there is only one truth, no matter what you're talking about. But that doesn't mean that we're all going to understand that truth, obviously. And we all are infallible. We're all going to be wrong at times. And, one thing I've seen, and I'm not aiming this at anyone. So if somebody feels that way, that's not the case. It's just something I'm seeing around in a lot of the conversations about current events in general, and even not just to current events, but any differences of opinion. Everyone thinks that they're right. You don't hold your beliefs if you think that you're wrong. So it doesn't matter who you're talking to. They think they're right and they think you're wrong about something. I think I'm right just as much as you think you're right. And part of why I wanted to do this channel, part of it is to be able to have the differences of opinion and have those conversations in a way where we can agree to disagree. And, sometimes it gets heated. Sometimes people have left in a rage. Sometimes there's been, conflict that's happened that stayed behind the scenes. Sometimes it happens on panel.
Mhm.
But, yeah, people rage quit sometimes. Sometimes I even want to do that. But
Much of my experience in doing Bible studies and stuff with people that have different beliefs is that I'm always open to hearing opposing views and considering that I might be wrong, but I need evidence before I change my mind on something. I'm not going to
Right.
just blindly change my mind.
Yes.
And that's the way we all should be. But that applies to everything, not just religion or Bible study, but in life in general.
Right.
Yeah.
Thoughts evolve.
And sometimes it's important to not be so bombastic in our trying to prove we're right, but to try to make it a conversation like you're talking about. That's where, when you have differences of opinion, you can eventually come together with an agreement on what is the truth of that area. But it's only if you communicate and don't focus on, I have to prove I'm right.
Yeah,
Right.
that's good. There's a lot of wisdom in that, for sure. Hey, Venus, what's
Yeah.
up? How you doing?
It's taken me 60 years to learn that. So.
Right. I well said. Shamrock says, I have my beliefs, but I'm always open to others.
And
Yeah.
I'm not perfect at applying that either.
Right.
My
No, I agree
issue
with Joe.
is like when it comes like I'm very like open minded to like and like Joe said, that's a great point about being open to change because like people disagree with me all the time. I'm definitely cool with it. But my only problem is like, well, one of my many problems is that like when people I've been where they've been, I've already know what that perspective is.
Yeah.
That I'm like been there, done that. How are you going to convince me to go back to believing in deception?
Right.
What I mean?
Right. Yeah,
But
I
of course,
struggle with
they
that.
don't see that as deception. So then
No, they
people can get offended because, just like there's frustration across the board.
And the other problem you have to be aware of is that if you're too open-minded, your brain will fall out. Literally.
Yeah.
You don't want to be too open-minded, but you don't want to. I mean, you gotta have evidence before you change your mind about something, and that's the way it should be. Factual evidence.
I remember like one time where I was back in college, and like they show this video of like a kind of like a fake crime where this guy runs in real quick and then he leaves, bails real quick, and then everyone had to say like what color shirt they were wearing, what their pants were, and all that stuff like that. So there is only one truth. He was wearing, I don't know, this blue cap and this, that, and the other.
Yeah.
But everyone's perspectives of what they remembered were different.
Right.
You know what I mean? So that's kind of like what you guys are saying, where like perspectives might be different, but there's still only one truth.
Right. Exactly. Yeah.
We can we should be able to discuss those differences of perspective and figure out what the truth is together.
So, okay. And then another thing I wanted to kind of touch on with this is, I think most of us are aware of what cognitive dissonance is. Even though we might have some different kind of connotations of it, we all have a basic understanding. And I can definitely say that I was in cognitive dissonance before I kind of woke up 5 years ago. I mean, in many areas. And because there were so many things that, truths that were revealed to me in different ways, or things I figured out along the way. A lot of my what I would consider like foundational beliefs in a lot of different areas, not just politics or religion, but just a lot of things, were shaken, we're shooken, and
shooken.
You know what I'm saying? And I think that has helped me be able to understand what others are going through when they are in cognitive dissonance. So when I see that in someone else, it's not something that makes me, depending on how they're presenting it, it's not something that makes me angry. It's something that makes me know, like Shamrock saying, kind of where they're at. And sort of like what you were saying, Peanut, it's like when you see someone who still is at a different, I don't know, I don't want to say level of understanding, because I don't think it levels like that. But if they're at a different place of understanding, then it's somewhere you've already been. It's hard to kind of sit there and listen to what they have to say about it, because you're already well aware.
I touched a little on that in Romans when I was studying Romans, because it talks in Romans about having patience with the weaker Christian who may think that something's sinful that isn't, because their understanding they haven't matured as a Christian yet. They're new Christians.
Right.
You gotta bear with them and encourage them, and not look down your nose at them.
Yeah. And then there are those who aren't Christians, and then they're, as Christians, they're under a completely different, like, I don't know how to even word that, set of critique than anybody else, which I is something else. I'm kind of addressing these things for a reason. And, like I said, I'm truthfully not trying to aim this at any individual, but obviously, some of the conversations I've had with people out in the community have, kind of led me to these thoughts. But, in general, I'm seeing a real, it just goes along really with the whole divide and conquer agenda. It's not just towards Christians, but as a Christian, and by the term Christian, I mean someone who follows Christ. I don't mean that I'm a part of a certain denomination or affiliated with any organized religion in particular. When I say Christian, I mean a Christ follower. But I am seeing a lot of people that are kind of like we can see with, I will just say for myself, some of the more liberal in politics, where they will, we all do it. I mean, really, I can't even say it that way. We all do it. We put people in boxes, and we're being told constantly to think of people in extremes.
Except tonight, I'm in a circle.
Right. We're getting around to it, Joe. But so... No, but what I'm trying to say, I guess, is I think, let's just be really careful. I'll just be more vague than I was going to be. I'm thinking about it in terms of my Christianity. And I think that sometimes people judge Christians, but I can't say we're judged any more than any other religion. So, or group of people for that matter.
All over the place.
Yeah, in general, I think let's make sure we're being careful, because we know that the powers that be, whatever they are, whoever they are, they want us divided. So if you're feeling like you're a certain way about an entire group of people, maybe check yourself, and I will do the same, because I think we all have a lot more in common than we have that divides us. And if you're feeling like you realize you're generalizing an entire group, whatever
Right.
that group may be, then take a step back and look at the individual more than the group itself. Wingnut, thanks for coming up.
Hey, Wingnut.
Hey guys.
What's up, Wingnut?
Good thought there, Sal. Says maybe an exception to the rule is predestination and free will. There's a whole conversation in there.
Yeah,
he's making Sal's making
That'll
some
open
great
a can of
comments.
worms.
What did you say, Peanut?
Sal's making some great comments. He was I forget what he posted earlier up on here that he said. He's saying that holding two contradictory like ideas or something. That was like spot on.
Holding two contrary views at once.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, and that's part of figuring it out, though. If you're not questioning, then how can you really be certain of your beliefs at all? So you have to be able to examine contrary views. Which is a little different than holding two contrary views. But yeah, I think we need to be, if you're not open to criticizing yourself or to, checking whether you're right or not, then you're going to be wrong more often than not.
Can I ask you a question, Indy?
Yeah.
How long ago did you wake up?
I would say 5 years ago. It was right around then. There are just a lot of things, and I personally see it as the spiritual veil. So, because there are things, it's not like I as a person changed or the way I see things or take in information changed so much. It's really, I feel like a veil was lifted. It was the time for me where I started questioning things and kind of, as I've shared this lots of times, but I'll kind of do a quick version. I was on Facebook. That was my main social media. And it was my connection with all people that I knew. It was all like family and friends and, people that I grew up with and people from church and people from different jobs I'd had and, kind of the whole modge podge of people I was close with and people I wasn't, but all people that I knew. And anytime I'd find anything like a great song or a video that I thought was interesting or a do-it-yourself or whatever, I would share it. If it was something I was excited about or something that I was learning or just something I thought it was interesting or beautiful, I would share it on my Facebook. And in, keeping with that, I started sharing some different perspectives as I was seeing them. One that I remember was a really a huge turning point for me was after everything that happened with George Floyd. There was a video that Candace Owens put out. And it was the first time I'd ever seen anything by Candace Owens. I had no idea who she was, but she did a video about George Floyd that had a different perspective than everything I was hearing in the mainstream news. And it made me start to question that entire narrative. And I shared the video on my Facebook, and it was like, all hell broke loose in the comments section. I had family members fighting with family members, fighting with friends I'd had for life. And it was just, people got really I always say there was a lot of vitriol. People just got really nasty with each other. And it was out of character for a lot of them. And it just got really heated really quickly. And then it just kind of snowballed from there. It was like anything I shared, I was getting put in a box. A lot of different people were. It was really, I was shocked by a lot of what happened. And one of the things that I did notice at that time and in those circumstances was that a lot of people, because I really, a ton of the people that I know are very liberal. I'm in a blue city, and this area is very liberal leaning, and, we're all products of our environment for the most part. And, so I was seeing that a lot of people who were more, considered themselves liberal, and to be fair, I think a lot of them were, they really were just following the mainstream narrative. So they were getting the same messages sent to them over and over and over again, and anyway, and so they were not able to see things from another perspective other than their own. And I was noticing at the same time that people that I was talking to who were more aware of what I was starting to become aware of, they were able to say that they could understand how people saw it another way, where the people who were on the left were not. And that to me is cognitive dissonance. When you can't see at all where someone else is coming from, you're probably behind some kind of veil. If you are able to see where somebody's coming from but disagree, that's different. That's for the perspective and the search for truth that we're all talking about. Good to see you, Neil. Thanks for coming up.
I just want to say right off the bat, I disagree.
No surprise there. No surprise. Yeah. Well, Snooksy, I don't agree. I think it depends on what we're talking about. The true facts about what. Maybe I'm jumping into a conversation, mid conversation here, but I think that's, to me, I want to know the facts. I do want to know the truth. And I think, that oftentimes we can discern the truth in many ways. But when it does come to some things, it's really confusing right now. And I think that is by design. They want us to be questioning everything and overwhelmed, really.
Hey, Neil, what's up?
Well, somebody made a good point time here. A few minutes ago.
15 minutes ago.
Right.
You have to go back and figure out what
a few minutes. You say 15? No, a few minutes. Let's not exaggerate. I am caught up and have been all night. Good to see you, Justin.
My dad used to tell me I have a good point, but my hair covers it.
Well, that's where we were, right? So like where you were at, Indy, where you had a process of waking up, you had to see through like years of programming about everything since birth till then, and then when you posted that video on the Facebook, although it was not exactly what we're talking about, but it's kind of within the realm. It was where it was something that people weren't ready to accept or whatever based upon their programming, and so it's kind of just shows like that whole macrocosm of what everybody goes through. No one just wakes up automatically and just understands and has wisdom and whatnot. It takes a while to sift through everything in order to get a better understanding of things, I think. So I guess that's where people are at. Some people are like in my personal opinion, I kind of do look at it like levels, to be honest with you. I'm not trying to but what I do, it's not that I'm better than anybody else. It's not like that, because none of us are. We're only saved by grace anyway. But what I'm saying is that there's it's kind of like an onion. There's different levels to the onion. That's the way people talk about the rabbit hole. It keeps going deeper and deeper and deeper. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But but yet at the same time, I do. It's not like a pejorative thing, but from looking at where people were before, I think that they're not to that point yet. Like it's a graduation or something, and it's not to be elitist. It's just the truth.
Well, like I said, I do agree that there's, an ultimate truth. So that means sometimes we're wrong and sometimes we're right. I don't think any one person has all the answers other than.
Oh, I agree.
God.
It's kind of like where we're at. I would assume if you allow me to put us in the same category, sort of, right? Is that because a lot of times a lot more stuff that I have that you have at your fingertips of knowledge you could just pull up, but I think that where we don't have all the answers is all the mysteries of life, what things will be like once we leave this mortal coil, or for example, or like when Christ is coming back, if you're a believer, right? Or and then really who's in control, who the AC is, et cetera, or how they're going to roll things out. You know what I mean? Like for the alien deception and that, if you think that's stuff like that's going to happen, what I'm saying is that nobody nobody knows all that stuff is. There's like a huge hidden side of the darker side of life that we have glimpses of, but we don't know all the details of, like hanging out at Bohemian Grove or something is, I mean, there's like way more to it than that. But at the same time, though, I think, like with the basic stuff is pretty much at certain levels. Like I don't know everything certain other people do about transhumanism, etc.
I think life's a journey, and we all have our own path. And to try and intermingle with other people is cool. And to try and push your path on others might not be cool. Not saying anyone did that. I'm just stating my opinion. Because different people at different stages of their life go through different things and have different educational experiences that they've acquired throughout their particular path that others haven't. So everyone has a unique perspective in and of themselves being unique. And that's why I always feel that spirituality is a personal thing, because just of that fact, we all have separate paths, directions, and experiences that at different times of our lives, some of us can be 80, some of us can be 20, and the experiences of those two people are different. And as Indy said, and you said as well, no one is right except for their own path. So no one is really wrong at the same time.
Right.
I don't agree with that, but.
Well, real quick, I'm going to come to you, Joe, in just one second. I think that that's kind of how I view it as far as not having levels, at least that part of it. I think that wherever you're at is where you're at. And I don't see it as like in a higher or lower place as much as, you're figuring it out on your own. Yeah, you're in your own path. But what were your thoughts there, Joe?
Well, I've looked into other religions and their beliefs and stuff, and I don't think anything compares to the Bible.
I agree.
I don't think there is more than one path. Jesus said he is the way, the truth, and the life, not multiple ways, not multiple truths, not multiple lives. There's one way, and it's a narrow way, as Jesus says in Matthew chapter 7. So I totally disagree with that opinion.
Okay, so maybe I misunderstood, because I agree with you, Joe, and what you're saying.
I agree with you, Joe.
What I thought Neil was saying was that, as far as looking at a path, talking about your journey, like we all have different ways of getting to that truth.
Yeah.
But did I misunderstand you, Neil?
It's like this.
I can agree in part.
What was that, Joe?
I said I can agree in part.
Yeah. Go ahead.
When you read the Bible when you're 8 years old, you get an understanding of it. When you read the Bible when you're 30 years old, you get a different understanding. When you read the Bible when you're 60 years old, you get a totally different understanding. Is it a different Bible, or are you different every day? That's all I'm saying. And everyone's not on the same day.
Nobody's read the Bible more than my dad from cover to cover that I know of.
Oh, I'm sure that's true.
Because he's 95 and he still learns something new every time he studies the Bible.
That's because every day you learn something new, and I'm not 100, so I can't compare myself to him. So to compare yourself with someone else in their journey in the spiritual and the corporeal form that we're in right now is unique to themselves. And that's why God says he judges you individually, not as a group. And if you try and group things up, you're going outside how God's going to see it anyhow, because he's going to judge you individually.
But if Jesus tells us to make disciples for Christ, we're supposed to go out and try to encourage them to follow
not everybody
the truth. Everybody.
Yeah, everybody.
No, that's not everyone's journey or path. Now you're putting everyone in the same box, saying, well, this is how I see it.
Jesus says, go out and make disciples throughout the world.
Yes, you're 100% correct. And you're also 100% wrong. That's
I can't be both.
From your perspective, you are right. From my perspective, I'm not going to go out there and make that. I'm going to walk into the Hells Angels bar and talk to them about it. And ain't no pastor going to do that. So your path is different than my path, but they both lead to God. So I'm not going to go into a Hells Angels bar and talk to them and try and make them preachers. That's.
I'm not trying to make everyone preachers. I'm trying to make them followers.
and everyone has their own path. You don't go like, I'd use this as an example. How you walk into a church and talk to people is different than how you walk into a bar full of killers. Okay.
I understand you approach people from where they are.
And that's the thing.
The approach is going to be different.
Understand.
Neil, you got to do some back and forth in the conversation, because if you're talking over everybody when they're trying to talk with you.
I want to say something real quick. Is that like?
No, hold on. I wanted Joe to get to finish, and then Neil had something to say back.
Yeah, I understand that you have to speak to people differently based on where they are. That's not the same thing as trying to say what you believe is the way to heaven is different from my way, and we're both right. That's not what the Bible teaches, and that's not correct.
From your opinion, I agree.
No, it's not from my opinion. It's what the Bible says. I can point him to you.
I can break out verses too, because one thing I can point out is the other than heavenly spirits can use the Bible and get whatever they want out of it.
That's because they're twisting it, and that's what we're warned against as well.
Wait, can I say something?
You have to rightly divide
for me
the word
to believe
of God.
your point of view. I got to believe that I am you in Christ's eyes, and I know that to be not.
No, that's not right.
So that makes what you say in
That's
my
not what I'm saying.
Wrong.
Neil, I think you're kind of taking that out of context.
Yeah,
maybe he's stating it wrong, where I'm hearing it incorrectly. But from what I heard, he said
we are all lost without Jesus.
Amen. Amen.
That's a fact. Yeah.
So in that regard, we are all the same, because none of us is worthy of eternal life in heaven.
Right.
No one.
Right.
Except Jesus was the only one that lived a sinless life.
Amen.
We have to learn from studying the Bible how to follow Christ and his path the way it says in the New Testament.
Amen. And there only are two paths. One path leads to the wheat, the other path leads to the tares.
Well, yeah, there's a stairway to heaven, but there's a highway to hell. You can see what the foot traffic's going to be like, right?
Yeah.
And when you say
and that's the thing, though, is that many are going to be deceived. So, and some have said, hold on, I want to address a couple comments from chat. Don't cast your pearls before swine. And that's part of that. But also, Brew pointed out, and hi, Brew, glad you're here. The Bible is alive. No other book is. And I agree with that. And, I think it was you, Peanut, maybe. I can't remember.
Yeah.
So somebody was saying that, when you read the book at one point, of the Bible, at one point, you can get something different from it than if you read it at another point in your life.
It's very
true. And I think that's true. And from my own experience, I know that's true. But hold on, Peanut. But I know that while that's true, I don't think it's just because of your own experiences that's true. I think it's because the Holy Spirit speaks to you in that moment and tells you what you need to hear.
It's also because of your familiarity with the Word of God. The more you read it, the more you understand.
Right. Mm-hmm. But that's different than, like, say, okay, today I'm going to do Buddhist stuff. Tomorrow I'm going to do Hinduism or hug a tree or something. And that's somehow going to be an equal path to, like, the Bible. That's totally different than growing in the Spirit. It's not the same thing as, like, the flavor of the month religion or something. Those paths are definitely not equal.
Yeah.
It takes a little more than what Snooks says. I disagree, Snooks. It does not take just accepting Jesus as our Savior and asking for forgiveness. There's more to it than that. If it was that easy, there'd be a whole lot more people that were Christians.
Right. But also, obviously there's people here that aren't Christians. There's people, we're, like I said before, we're not trying to keep it as an echo chamber. So, obviously not everyone's going to see what, even though this to me is the absolute truth. And I believe it is the absolute truth.
Amen.
It's not, I'm not judging anyone who's not there,
No.
Because that's also what we're told not to do. We're not here to judge, but really quickly, Peanut, let me finish this for a second.
Sorry.
So that is something I want to address. And I was kind of getting at that earlier, and then I kind of meandered away from it. But, that is something I think that for whatever reason, and partially because I think there's an agenda behind it, Christians are often seen as being judgmental. And, I can say when in the church that I grew up in, there were a lot of hypocrites. When I was growing up, let's see, I don't want to say this. My family is and was a very loving family, but also very probably unhealthy in a lot of our conflict management, if you want to put it that way. I have 3 older brothers. There was a lot of screaming. There was a lot of yelling and arguing, a lot of physical violence. And, it was unhealthy to one side of this spectrum. But when we went to church, we put on our happy faces and we didn't talk about any of that. And we were on our best behavior. And, there's a level of hypocrisy in that. And I grew up with that, thinking that that's how everyone's families were, because that's what we did. I just assumed that's how every family was. And that's what I knew, And I think that, that too often that happens in churches. That I don't know that it was because of my church or because of my family, but I think that there were quite a bit of people who came to that church who, as much as I loved that church, who did kind of do that, in one way, shape, or form. Maybe not the same reasons that we were putting on a mask, but that they had their own masks up. And, I'm not against established religion, but I am for biblical churches. And, the church that we're not attending as often as we should be now, but is an amazing church. It is the most biblical church I've ever been to. And the reason I say that is because it is completely truthfully come as you are. There are people there from all walks of life, from all different backgrounds, all different races, all different creeds. Like they're there. It's much like if we all gathered, I imagine, in one building. It's people asking questions and trying to learn together. And there's not a program that they're following. They're not pushing. I had to ask a couple months after we started going there how to donate, because they never asked or pushed for it. It's a very giving church. They're very involved in the community and helping people in the church community, but outside the church community as well. And anyway, I hope and pray that people can find churches like that still, because I think there are many, as someone said, I think it was Jerry, that the churches have been corrupted. And part of that is because of money. I can never remember the name of it. Maybe you do, Joe, but the whatever the act is that basically, thank you, Peanut. Yeah. I'll trust that that's right. I don't know. But yes, but it basically is the way that the government infiltrated the churches, because it gave them and offered money and grants. And in order to do that, they had to do things like make sure that they had socially distanced services during COVID. Yeah. And too many went along with it. And, if your church is one of those, hopefully they've learned from the past few years. But if not, maybe seek out another church. And if that's a place that some of you said that you've walked away from churches because of your experiences with that, I do think it's important to be in fellowship. So, if that's online, great. But if it can be in person, even better.
And as my dad said, there's not going to be any perfect church because there's no perfect people.
Right.
Oh, that's a good point.
Yeah.
But you want it to be the most biblical as possible.
Yes. Yeah, I agree. And obviously, I'm sure my church isn't perfect either for that exact reason.
But at least they're looking to do that together, to figure it out together.
Yep, exactly. Yeah, and they're not also, one of the first things we noticed as soon as we went there was, which was just a few years back, we had moved, which is part of why we changed churches. We did like the church we'd been at before, but, they had gone along with a lot of the social distancing, and they didn't talk about politics very much, anything that was going on with politics or current events for that matter. And the church we go to now does. And I think that's important too. But more importantly, beyond all of that, if you don't feel like you can talk to your pastor openly about the crap in your life, then he's not really a pastor. They're not really someone that you're allowing to help lead you, if you're not willing to trust them with your dirt.
Right.
So, hey, Dee, thanks for coming up.
What's up, D?
Oh, there it is. Okay.
And if they're going to judge you for it, they're also probably not the right person to be, making yourself vulnerable with.
Right.
Right.
Speaking of vulnerable, what's up, D?
What's up?
What's up? What's up?
I'm glad JM is here and you got your camera. I was gonna be like, don't leave. Joe, are you JM too or no?
No, that's not
I'm
JM.
sorry. Oh, I'm sorry. Okay.
Or is he? I think Joe is like JM's evil twin. Right?
Joe's cool. I like
Joe is his stunt double, right? When you gotta like smash a car and do a bunch of flips, like JM, he calls in Joe.
Right on. I could only read chat. I was on the phone. I've been trying to get here for a while, but I was talking to a good friend and he might be listening right now. Some of you guys might know Justin, but I was like, oh, they're talking about church, or they're talking about the Bible, or they're talking about all this stuff. I gotta get in there.
Oh,
So
I know
anyway.
Joe or Justin. He's that guy who did that thing back in the day with that other guy that, right?
Good to see you,
Justin,
maybe that.
Justin.
Don't start
Right,
rumors.
Joe?
Peanuts.
I do want to apologize if I offended you, Neil. I did not intend
Oh, I think
to.
I did.
I think we all did. That was a group effort.
I didn't do shit.
I'm blaming
Not
you
hard to
anyway.
do around here at all. It's not hard to do around here at all.
It was Wingnut's fault. They had a skull brain to technology thing. We were like, we will do as you say, Wingnut. We must
telepathy.
Deal. Right, exactly.
Echo, what are your thoughts? Or sorry, Virginia, what are your thoughts on this? Echo's asking, and Echo, glad you're here.
Oh.
You're gonna put you right on the spot, V. Passing the
Oh, I
time.
thought you were talking to Virginia. I thought you
I was
said
I was talking to Virginia,
Yeah.
but she might have stepped away for a minute too,
Oh.
and she's actually having connection issues as well. So,
Oh, bummer.
so go for it, D. What are your thoughts? Thanks for coming up.
About church?
Yeah, kind of about. I don't know if you've been listening in on the conversation. I know you said you were kind of busy multitasking, but yeah, we've sort of covered, that whether we believe there's an ultimate truth, having to deal with conflict of perspectives, judging people or putting people in boxes and working against that.
Even if I strongly disagree with someone, I don't want them to feel like I don't want to talk to them about it or listen to their side.
I feel the same way. Yeah. I mean, I just did a stream called Modern Day Pharisees. And I laid out everything that drives me crazy about church, basically. But I love church and I'm an evangelist, and I do try to encourage people to be in a church just because I love to worship God and pray, and I love to hear the Bible being taught, and I love to be around people that are trying to be like Jesus, So those are the reasons I do enjoy church. But I've also seen I've seen the worst of people in church. I've experienced really bad things in church, so everybody has an excuse to not go. Yeah, everybody has an excuse to not go for sure.
Right, Jerry?
But it's a matter of, this is the way I see it. My friend Justin said it tonight. We're all so compartmentalized. I'm always looking for that word. We're fragmented. We're separated. We're divided. There's very few places we actually get together anymore. I mean, it's football games, concerts.
Yeah.
And it's just, there's something about being in a room full of people singing their hearts out to God that people don't get at all.
The church is supposed to be the people. That's not a temple anymore. The church is people. And if you don't come together, then that body of Christ is not united like it should be. You got to come together and worship together.
Amen.
And uplift each other.
I like Actions Not Distractions says all churches have lost priorities. That's because we're not there.
Not all.
That's because people like us aren't there telling them.
I'd say most, but I wouldn't say all.
No.
I got something I want to say real quick.
Sorry, you experienced that, Justin.
It's like, sometimes when I'm talking to people, I feel like
Breed, Gerald.
There's like two motives or whatever going on. Because on one side, there's a part of us, I would assume you guys could identify with this, where you don't want to upset the other person. So maybe you might not say the whole truth to them, or
right.
And you want it, like when someone's saying something that's like completely inaccurate, but you want it just for the sake of wanting peace. You want to say to the person, "Oh yeah, I guess you're kind of right about this and everything," when they're not. You know what I mean? Like, just biblically speaking, I know you guys know what I'm talking about. So like, I think sometimes you just got to be blunt. You know what I mean? And it's like step on a few toes or whatever, because otherwise, then this inaccuracy just floats along, and everyone's like kumbaya as someone dances off to
It's
hell.
difficult to determine when you need to step on toes and when you shouldn't.
Yeah, it's definitely an art, isn't it?
Yes.
Right, with not offending somebody.
I'm
but
still learning that one.
Yeah, you
But
don't
I
need
agree.
to be in a church to talk to God. No one's saying that you have to be in church. I would say you may be missing out on some things that are beautiful, but I certainly don't think that I don't judge people if they don't go to church. Like I really don't care. I mean, I care about people's souls. I care about their mental health. I think that church helps with those things. I don't look to the church
And
for
wanting
any
to watch
medical
the content.
advice. Hey, Rich.
Right.
Are you back? Your connection's sucky, huh?
Yeah, and Justin, I mean, I think a lot of people have unfortunately had experiences like that, and I'm really sorry for that, because that's damage. I mean, that's horrible for you to have experienced, and I know you're not alone in that, like others have said in the chat. And I think then I mean, look at all of the abuse that's happened at the hands of people who are in leadership at different churches, not just the Catholic Church, but in all churches. And I think partially that's because Satan's at work and targets those individuals who are put in positions of leadership at churches, honestly. But that's not any kind of excuse for them at all. I just think that that's why those numbers are so high in church leadership and abuse towards children in particular. But, any way that people have been shunned from a church or hurt at a church, it's horrible, because we're all sinners. None of us are perfect. If you're someone, or if you know someone who's claiming to be a Christian who is spreading a message of God's judgment and hate, then, they're having their own struggles. It has nothing to do with you.
Right.
You know?
Right. It's like Corinthians, right, Joe?
Yeah.
Right.
And I was going to say, my dad had throughout his preaching career, he had many times taken a job as a minister where there was about to be a big split within that congregation. And he always seemed to manage ways of getting them to talk and resolve the problems and not split. And in fact, he would, after a couple of years, they would double in size.
Nice.
It's a real gift. I wish I had that ability.
Yeah, it is.
to get people to talk and work things out.
Yeah, originally in America, they used to meet at the courthouse on Sunday, and all the different religions would share that same building, and they would take turns on their religion. So that's why when people ask me, they don't think it's right for the 10 Commandments or the Bible to be in school. How would you feel about the Quran? Well, bring it. You want to bring some religion? I mean, obviously, we don't want to be teaching bad things. I don't know where the Quran, if it says
behead the non-Christian or the non Muslims.
But I mean, if Buddhists or Mormons want to have their religion, we have a right in America, freedom of and freedom from. You can opt out. There was for a while, it was a silent prayer at schools. Now we're godless, and look at our world. Is it better? Do you really think it's better now that kids aren't being allowed to believe that there's a God? It's more about their sexuality, having a sex change. Come on. I mean, it's night and day. It's night and day, our world. So
Silver, thank you so much for the support. Silver says, Indy, you have a great channel. I listen often and appreciate the open discussion. Joe, I respect how you responded to Neil. Jesus is the only way.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I'm glad Joe, you spoke up too, because if sometimes I feel if I speak up, I'll be the enemy. All of a sudden it's like, oh, Peanut's evil.
You are Peanut. You are the outs man.
I don't want to condemn anybody, but I don't want I don't want something that I know to be untrue to be pressed upon others. And that there's only one way.
I think I like that, Blue. I'm not I'm not sure of that reference, but it says, I dine with dinners with sinners. I think is what I meant. I dine. I dine with.
Don't
I
we all
dine.
dine with dinners? How can you not? How can you dine and not
Hold
have
on,
a dinner?
hold on, Peanut. Let me read this. I dine with sinners and saints. That is my business, but I don't break bread with Pharisees. What I take from that, and for those who may not know, the Pharisees were the ones who were supposedly following the law, but they were adding to it, and they were so strict about what they were following that they were actually doing more than God intended for them to do, and so they were excluding others and judging them in the process.
And they weren't practicing what they preached. They were applying it to everybody but themselves.
Or maybe he was trying to say I dine with diners, and he's like,
no, it was not Peanut.
He's like at Denny's or something.
Nook says God is wherever I am. I don't have to be in a church to talk to him and he will hear me. Absolutely agreed, Snooks. Yeah, God is wherever you are. And, and like somebody, I think Jerry Lee had said, this is church in a way right now. It's where two or more are gathered in his name. I mean, we're not, we're having conversations and he's here with us. So yeah, because we are the body of church.
But here's something for you guys. So I can't serve in the church I've been a part of for 30 years. I did children's ministry for about probably 10 years. Okay. The pastor of our church, our local church, you can look it up. You can look up Arcata Calvary Chapel. His wife committed suicide because the pastor was molesting foster kid. Now we had to we continued to go there for 2 weeks. And we were pretty sure that he was guilty. Right. But we're like, God's not going to let this stand, right? God's going to take him out. And he did serve 16 years in prison. He got out last year. But at the time, my husband was on the board of the church. And so he became the president, not the pastor, but because it's a 501(c)(3) and you have the structure. So we couldn't even tuck tail and run, even though everybody kind of wanted to get away from there. But we stuck it out. We stayed, and I watched what God did with our church, right? And so here I am 15 years later, 30 years at this church, and the new pastor, whom I love and I think is amazing, and he's an incredible teacher and he's good, but because I use cannabis, I'm not allowed to be around the kids. Now, to me, I could feel that shunning and I could feel that judgment. And I had an option, and I could have left, or I could have just been in their craw and stayed and been like, you ain't getting rid of me that easy. You're not, I may not be able to serve, but you're not telling me I can't be here. And in that way, for me, it took a lot of strength for me to stay around.
I mean, well, there's something to that, Dee, because obviously, churches have a mix of, I don't know, wrong and right. Mm-hmm. And they need people to stay to help direct them in a better direction,
Well, I think that was any of my advice, but I'm there, and I got my own stream, and I know my pastor was watching me for a while, and maybe he watched.
It's admirable that you stayed.
Mm-hmm. Well, thank you. I could imagine not being there even.
Yeah, we haven't really heard from you, and Snooks is wanting to hear what you have to say. Do you have anything that you want to contribute to this part?
Well, I have been kind of thinking about some things, but it's like it's definitely not on the same line. But the thing is, I'm sitting there. The thing that pops in my mind is, the evil or the evil ones, the ones that have the psychopathic tendencies, move toward power and control. And in this life that we're living, because I'm not really concerned about what happens to me after I die, so I don't really think about that. I think about what's happening while I'm alive. And the ones that have this psychopathic tendencies are the ones that are using physical force against me, and they will continue to be here even if you believe in this Jesus or not. It doesn't freaking matter. You can have all this stuff, this belief in this and that, all you want, but all this physical violence, this physical theft, this physical, control over our living life is going to continue being here. All right, because like I said, those ones are the ones that are in the government, for instance, because that is a position of control and power. All right, and the
It
ones that are
attracts
in
narcissists. Yeah.
and government will be here no matter what. If you, unless we decide to abolish it altogether as a collective. But otherwise, it doesn't matter if you believe in Jesus or not. It doesn't matter if you're a good Christian, quote unquote, or not. You're still being physically violated by this physical being that's emanated as a government, quote unquote. So I don't see it's
Good to see you, Aldo.
I agree with you.
I have a knowing personally. All right, I don't have beliefs. I have a knowing, and that's just me, And when it comes down to me personally, and I think there is an objective, collective truth. But the thing is, it's like it's individual for everybody. You have your individual truth. You have your individual truth that you believe that is the truth, and I have mine. And so because the truth that has been shown to me through my life is definitely not on the same lines as I guess probably most of the people on this panel. And that's just me, though. I'm not saying that yours is wrong, and I'm not saying mine is right. I'm not saying that yours is right, and I'm not saying mine is wrong.
But hold on. When you say that, you are saying what you think is right. So you can't say you don't think what you think is right, or you wouldn't think it. You just also are keeping it
I'm not
in
saying.
mind.
Put it this way. What I'm saying is, on that end of it, it's like we could all be wrong, or we could all be right, or whatever. You know what I mean? But the thing is, individual. When it comes down to it. Like I said, my truth, for instance, the truth that has been shown to me to be the truth, and that was given me the knowing, is not necessarily what I'm hearing. For instance, when it comes down to the Bible, for instance, all right, that's one thing. You can't dispute it because it's written down there in black and white. You can't dispute it. You can't challenge it because it's right there. It's like, okay, well, you go to a certain passage, there it is. It's right there. All right. Well, when you start talking about the spirit realm, it's not black and white. You know what I mean? There's no guidebook to guide you through it. You know what I mean?
Actually.
Well,
no, I disagree. Galatians 5:16-26 lays out the flesh and the spirit. It lays out the differences between the flesh and the spirit.
That's exactly the reason why I say that. You can't dispute what it says because it's written. There's something that's written right there. You know what I mean? But the thing is, it's like I don't see that as the universal truth, personally.
Right, James.
All right. I'm 51 years old. I've been on this earth for a while. I've been on this earth for a while, and I have been.
We all are.
I started early. Put it that way. I started really early when it comes down to my journey of truth, versus to most people. I'm not saying that. I was homeless for 10 years. I went traveling around the country in the process, and I met a lot of people, and I've experienced a lot of different things. I mean, there are people out, and I did that at a very, very early age. So
thanks for that.
there's a certain truth that has been shown to me, and truth is not always bubble wrap and unicorns. Truth can be very, very ugly. And
are you sure?
Yes.
Okay. Well, I actually think that's a really good point, because I think a lot of people are getting burned out right now and want to see the wins, but don't want to see the ugly, that's still happening.
Yeah. It's like, ignoring, that fact, for instance, and, it's kind of like, well, if it's out of sight, out of mind, that kind of a mentality. Or it's over in that other town or in that other state or in that other country. It doesn't affect me.
Real
You know
quick,
what I mean?
I just want to say, I used to see the ugly, but then I left Texas.
I had something to say, Neil. I understand what you're saying when you're talking about it doesn't matter what you believe because you got this government that's still
wait, did you
oppressing you.
mean Wingnut?
Are you talking
I'm
to
sorry,
Neil or are you
I'm
talking
sorry,
to me?
I'm sorry, Wingnut. Sorry, Wingnut.
Yeah.
But I was going to say that what that makes me think about is the fact that just because you become a Christian doesn't mean nothing bad is ever going to happen to you. And Jesus never promised that, but there are quote unquote evangelists that try to tell you that if you become a Christian and you donate enough money to them, nothing but good will happen to you. And
See,
that's
this is
when you know it's a false religion.
Well, this is one of my things also. I mean, because I think religion in its own altogether, no matter what it is, whichever religion it is, all these established religions out there, in my opinion, is nothing but slavery for the mind, also, as it is. It keeps
That's
you
based on your
It
based
keeps
on
you,
your experiences.
right. I understand that, and well, that's what I'm here for. But the thing is, it's like like for instance, I'll give you an example on this Jesus scenario. I mean, hell, he was probably a great guy, and if I lived back then, I probably would have hung out with him. But the thing is, this waiting is what is this is teaching when it comes down to this waiting for him to return. For instance, instead of acting
Can I go?
in this life, in this life, and in this physical reality that we're living in, without acting, all you're doing is waiting.
Can I
So
have
Hold on
go
just
ahead,
a second, D.
Can I have the talking stick?
go ahead, B.
I just want to say thank you very much for yielding. So lately I've been really believing that we have already lived through the millennium reign, which would also put me on the outs with my own church because they're pre-trib rapture. Okay, but we all know we've been lied to. And this timeline that we're in is not likely the real timeline. And when you go looking at all the buildings and the old world and the narratives of the giants and the rocks that you see that we're definitely animals and people that are just massive, right? And all I know is we all been lied to, and it's very possible that Jesus already came and left. And for all I know, the New Jerusalem's up wherever. And
all I want to add to that is that if anyone is interested in a different perspective and understanding of Revelation, I have put, I think I put all of the studies I did on the book of Revelation in a playlist.
I'll grab that.
In a playlist. So if anyone's interested, because I believe Revelation is all about what happened in AD 70.
Because, what do you think about buildings having been melted before and evidence of massive fires and floods? Because in Revelation, remember, there's that big flood that Satan goes to do something and then God turns it into a massive river flood.
Well, the thing to keep in mind is it's all figurative language and cannot be taken literally. And there's parallel passages. There are parallel. It's the truth. There are parallel passages in Isaiah and Ezekiel and Daniel that all kind of help you understand that better.
Isn't the Gog and Magog war after the millennium reign when you read it?
The whole idea of millennial reign is a misunderstanding of Revelation, because Revelation, when it says something about 1,000 years, 1,000 is a number that means perfection, so it's never ending. And it's talking about Christ being the king of the spiritual Jerusalem, which is the church. And when he comes back again, see that AD 70 was a punishment because the majority of Israel rejected Jesus as the Messiah. So that after he after that happened, no longer did they know what tribe they were from. They couldn't continue the practices
Sorry to
from the
hear
Old
that, Kent.
Testament. And so it changed everything. But that was a judgment on Israel. And when he comes again, it's going to be in a blink of an eye, and it's just we're going to either go to heaven or hell.
I got a question for Wingnut real quick. Wingnut, you know about the fires in California, right?
Sure.
Okay. Do you think that those are organic, or do you think that those fires were set by somebody?
Much love, Sea Lover.
They were not.
Have a good night.
They were not organic. Yeah, they were not organic. Put it that way.
They were not organic. Okay. So, are you going to do anything about it?
I live in Florida, man.
Right. Okay.
For one, and two, I mean, we just had to deal with snow. You know, snow down here in freaking Florida. It's you know
okay.
what I'm saying?
What about the Federal Reserve? Do you know anything about the Federal Reserve?
Oh yeah.
Okay. What do you know about the Federal Reserve?
Well, I kind of see where you're going with it, and this is what I'm trying to say. It's like there are things that are playing against us that want to make our lives, nothing but a bunch of challenges and sacrifices and all this other crap. You know what I mean? So that's what we have to do in our own lives when it comes down to it. I mean, we as a whole have a lot more pull when it comes down to changing things. I'm only one individual. I can only do so much. And most of my rebellion comes out of my mouth. You know what I mean? I physically can't do a whole lot of stuff from where I'm sitting. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
The Federal Reserve, I agree. Right. The Federal Reserve, the IRS, eminent domain, civil asset forfeiture, property taxes, qualified immunity. There's a lot of things that are at play that's against us. You know what I mean? It makes our lives a lot harder. You know what I mean? And that's the physical realm is what I'm trying to say. It's like, it doesn't matter if you believe in Jesus. It doesn't matter if you think, Jesus is Lord and God and all this other stuff. It doesn't matter. You know what I mean? This is the actual evil that we need to be fighting.
You don't get to speak for me, bro.
I'm okay. That might be true. Okay. But I'm saying is, how is that going to affect the Federal Reserve?
Okay, so what you're saying is that you're not able to do anything about the Federal Reserve or the fires or et cetera, correct? Except for talking, right?
I personally don't. Yeah, I personally don't have any.
All right. So what's the difference between that and what Christians are doing?
I disagree.
I don't understand the question, quite honestly.
Because you implied that, like, if you are a believer, you're not doing anything about it, correct?
No, I say that it's it seems to me the way what I observe is a lot of people that claim that are sitting back and waiting. It seems like there's a lot of waiting. Yeah. It's like, okay, it's like, the voting game, it's like this guy promised. So we'll just wait another 4 years to find out if this is going to happen or whatever. You know what I mean? It's always this waiting game.
I got you.
It's the same thing.
What I'm trying to say, though, is like, wait a second. What I'm trying to do is contrast that. So what are you doing that's different than other people who are waiting?
Well, like I said, I mean, my avenue at the moment of rebellion is just speech. I have nothing but my speech right now to actually use that as a rebellion and a challenge to the system that's at play. That's all. I mean, so I advocate for anarchy personally. So I want
I
that.
Can see that actually. Yeah, that's actually it'd be better than what it is right now. But like,
a voluntary system.
Yeah, what I'm trying to say though is that, like, basically, I can't really contrast what you're doing versus other people who you say are quote unquote waiting, because all you're really doing is waiting, other than talking. Correct?
Well, no, I mean, well, I mean, I do my best in my own life to try and free myself from the system that's at play. You know what I mean? Like I said, I can't sit there. I'm not an army, so I can't go up against this evil that's against. but I all I can do is be part
you use
of
gold
another.
and silver. Don't you use gold and silver when you
Yes.
can? Yes, that's a big step.
Yes.
That's a big
All right.
Yes,
step.
but
Do you think that direct energy weapons are real?
I don't know.
Okay. Do you think that weather control?
I know from if I look at the patents and I look at the paperwork and stuff like that, it says that this actually exists. I've never seen it in my firsthand life. You know what I mean? I have theories on how certain things have started back in the day. You know, a few years back. You know, I had a dream. Put it this way: I had a dream like about a week before the Paradise Fire. And the dream was I was in a car and I was just looking up at this mountain, or this hill. There was a mountain more like, and I remember seeing a flash of light, like a laser type flash of light, come down. And then next thing you know, a fire started at the point of the ground where it was pointing, and it did that like a number of times. A week later, the Paradise Fires happened. So I don't know if they exist other than the paperwork saying that this does exist. I don't know for sure, but I have my theories. It's not a belief either. You know, I don't believe this. I kind of this is what I've seen as evidence saying that it does exist. The technology exists. You know what I mean? But what can I do about it?
Right.
What can anybody do about it? Really, the only ones that can do anything about it is the ones that actually have access to this technology.
Okay,
and who has access to technology? Is it the good or is it the evil?
Right.
You know
So
what I
you
mean?
say evil. What's the opposite of evil?
Well, it's the light in the dark. If you want to go that direction, because I look at it as a yin yang. You know, it has to happen. Evil, the light and the dark has to exist, and it exists together. You cannot have one without the other. So, I mean, this idea of a utopian where it's like all good, it doesn't exist. You know what I mean? You have to
Well,
have one without the other.
mix.
You would.
Right.
Well,
They
you
don't
can't.
mix, though.
Well, you can't have either one without the other because they have to have both.
I understand, but you can't have
you would know
darkness
a
if
bad
there's
day
light
if you had a
because
good day all your life. You know what I mean? You would know a good day if you had a bad day all your life.
right.
You know?
But I'm just saying they can't happen at the same time. You have one or the other.
Hold on one second. Ricky, thank you so much for coming up. It's good to see you. I want to hear what you have to say. I'm going to pass you the conch in just a second. James wanted clarification. He says, laser weapons, microwave, please specify direct energy. I think it entails all of the above, really, but...
I think so.
Yeah, it's probably like various forms of that. Like I'm not an expert on it, but I know they have lasers and weapons and weather control going back to Operation Popeye, etc.
On a side note, did you know that the process of becoming a pastor is called becoming pasteurized?
There was a funny joke coming.
There's something about the refiner's fire coming to me right now about this comment too. But go ahead, Ricky. I want to hear what you have to say. What are your thoughts on all this?
Well, first of all, what's up, everybody? Much love.
Hey,
Hope y'all can hear me okay.
What's up, Ricky?
Yep.
Something's wrong with my camera. I'm throwing up a peace sign, but my camera's not working.
Throw up your face. Throw up at your face.
I will do that. There's actually a company in California that has been experimenting with lasers, taking solar power from satellites and sending it down as power. And they're a subsidiary of PG&E. Huckleberry, what's up?
Interesting.
So look into that. I mean, that stuff is real.
Oh yeah,
it's real.
Right on. You're right, Rick.
Can I say something? You guys, I had a laser on my bedroom wall like about 3 weeks ago. I was going to bed and I looked on my wall and it was like 2 feet wide. You know what it looked like? A fucking scope out of a gun. That's what it looked like. But it was like 2 feet wide or so, like more of a rectangle shape than a than a square, but it was circular, so, if that makes sense. And so
No, that
it
doesn't
went
make
away.
any sense. Come on.
Because it was like 2 feet by 3 feet. Okay.
And it's round.
And it's
I
round.
don't know what you're
It looks
smoking
like
up
a
there in
spoke.
Northern California.
And then it went away like that. There's a ton of drones out here. There's a ton of drones out here. I'm on the Pacific Coast. Okay.
So
Believe
what do
me.
you, what do you think? You think it was something maybe from drones or from, could it just be from someone out in your, in
No
your
way.
yard? I mean, really, like,
No way. No way.
Did they
I live
just
in the
drone on
mountains.
and on?
I live in the mountains. There's nobody around me. Okay.
Right,
I'm not
right.
that's not possible. It had
Interesting.
to be from the air. And it went away quick.
I'm here says they found you, Dee.
They're coming to take you away.
I don't about this going to the nut house. Okay.
I'm thinking, D, you've probably been living alone up in the mountains a little bit.
You guys, I'm going to bail. So, pasta lasagna, everyone. Bye, D. Good to see you again.
Thanks for coming up.
I gotta
Peanut.
call it a night too. It's getting late.
Bye, Joe.
All right. Thank you so much, Joe, for being here.
Oh, thanks.
I don't normally participate in the chats, but it was fun.
Thank you. I appreciate it. I really do.
All right. Y'all have a good night.
Much love, Joe. Take care, Peanut. And then there were 4.
Just so you know, that's what happened.
It might, you never know. When it comes down to the conversation, it might attract more. They will come.
I know. People have to get their interest perked. And then we get people here that are all excited about something. Everybody wants to talk at once. That's the way it goes.
Well, when it comes down to it, it's like, me personally, like I said, I'm trying to do as much as I can in my own life. There's the way the system is set up when it comes down to a lot of stuff. I could do the gold and silver scenario, but there's very few people that I can deal with when it comes down to actually using that as a currency. I can't go to I can't go down to the Piggly Wiggly and buy bread with it. That's the problem with the system that's set up.
Right. I remember Mark Dice did a video a while back where he took like I think it was an ounce of silver to a fast food restaurant and tried to buy like a $4 meal or something, which tells you it was that long ago. But yeah, and he tried to give them an ounce of silver for it, and they wouldn't take it. They're like, "Oh, we can't really take this." Like they didn't know what to do with it. Where it's just a lot of people don't have any concept of what that is. Really, how to use it.
Our money is debt money, so that's what the concept is.
Exactly. Well, see, there's the thing too. This system is set up. There's a lot of people out there make billions of dollars just by using debt to make money, and that's what they want this debt system to stay in place because they're benefiting from it, and they're largely the ones that want to be in the position of control and in position of power, and they will go scorched earth to keep it. You know what I mean? They will seriously. They will go scorched earth.
The whole world's on fire. Have you looked at a watch app lately? A watch app? It's like the whole world is on fire, not just California.
Well,
yeah.
Well, like I said, I just now got my yard starting to melt with all the snow. I had snow. I'm in Florida. The last time this happened was like 89, 90, somewhere around there. That was the last time it did that, you know what I mean? And before that, it was back in the 70s, you know what I mean? So it's like every 20 years, evidently. But still, it's like it's that freaking global warming and that El Nino crap. That's fucking would be, I guess, but or it could be the ozone layer, you know what I mean? For all I know.
Bonnie, why aren't you up here, Bonnie? Why are you?
Yes, I'm here.
Why are
she said she has some stuff going on. Yeah, if you want to put that in the chat, Bonnie, or D, you can. I'm going to try to find the active link to put in the chat to restoreamerica.org.
I'm under my name. Snook said hi to me. Diana Diana. It looks like Diana. My name is Diana, and that Diana H is me. So
yes, I know. Okay. Oh, I see. I can give you one. That's great. I'll do that. I see what you're saying. Okay. Imir says the planets are lining up. Let's kind of shift gears here for a second.
Okay.
Yes, on the 25th,
Yay.
which is tomorrow, there's like 7 planets that are supposed to be aligning. And I'm not one to usually follow things like that, but it is interesting timing. And even if I don't, I know that many of the elites in all different areas of the spectrum do. So it's always, I think it's kind of, when these things happen, that's usually when some other events happen as well.
Well, the book of Enoch talks about astrology, but what's weird is it mentions a lot of the, why can't I talk? It mentions a lot of the things that the demons were teaching humans, and astrology was kind of one of them, and the Nephilim and the giants. And there's a lot of stuff in the book of Enoch that's like not talked about in the church. We ignore it. I think if the church talked more about the spiritual realm and that kind of, and really straightened it out, because even we're reading through Second Chronicles right now, and it talks about there's certain seers, seers, but there are things that are looked down on, like necromancers, people that talk to the dead. But seers are kind of the same thing. So it's weird, it's hard to know.
Sacrifices silver.
Hey V, let me ask you. I mean, as far from what I understand, there's 200 other books that are not included.
Yes.
So, I mean, when it comes down to it, what do you think the reasoning for keeping that hidden from?
I think that the problem with the Bible, if anyone's going to have problems with the Bible, the King James Version and all of this, is there's more omittance than there is changing of words and stories and history and verifiable archaeology and stuff like that. It's more of omittance. So they don't want us to know things like that are in the book of Enoch about giants and astrology, and
the truth
on a lot of things. And so I think it's more hidden than it is.
Hold on one second. Brew, much love to you. Thank you so much for being here. Appreciate you always. Have a good night.
Brew. Yeah, I think that there's a lot there that.
And Dee, I gave your other channel a wrench, just so you know, if you want to drop that, you can.
Thank you. And there's a lot of, and that, I think certain people thought it was best to omit that because people are just going to sit there and get stuck down those rabbit holes. And I don't think that was their decision to make, to be honest. So I think more information is better. I want the whole truth. And let us decide. Let's decide for ourselves what we want to know about, right? Than letting other people tell us what we should know about.
I think that's part of the whole kind of path, you are where you're at type thing.
They lie about the old world stuff. Like, when you watch that My Lunchbox guy, you guys watch My Lunchbox, and he shares stuff about the old world. He's reading what they have in Wikipedia for how long something was built with horse and buggy and the population of the town, which doesn't even match the amount of people it would have took to build a building of this nature and this skill in that amount of time. It's ridiculous. Okay. We have to accept all this bullshit, just like with today, talking about North Carolina had 103 dead people. Oh, that's all. And it was a natural disaster. My state is on fire. It's not natural. Malibu didn't burn down from natural. Melted alloy steel doesn't burn at 2,500 degrees from a forest fire and skip a highway too. You know what I mean? Like, we have to accept.
There are some weird things going on for sure.
Yeah, it's insulting actually, because it's lies, and all of the mainstream is going along with it again. And even
that's my thing right here too. Is like, a lot of this is created by ones that have a lot of financial means and a lot of political means, a lot of influential type means, technological type means. These are the ones that are wanting to be in positions of power and control. Those are the ones. Okay, now.
Well, like Musk.
Elon Musk? Well, maybe, possibly.
Zuckerberg.
I mean, I don't know him personally, so I don't know.
But do you think?
Hold on, Dee.
Okay.
Oh, just try to let the person finish, because or else nobody can hear anybody.
No,
Go
I
ahead.
got it, and she's good. She's good. Go ahead, D. Go ahead.
Oh, do you think that Zuckerberg and Musk are to be trusted?
I don't trust anybody very far. Anybody. I mean, I trust myself. Put it that way.
That was a wrongly put question. Let me try to rephrase that. Are you trusting the narrative? I mean, what is your narrative? There's a lot of narrative. So I want to know where your narrative is.
Dude, yeah, no, I don't trust the plan. I don't trust the plan because nobody ever fucking told you what the plan was. You know what I mean? Just trust it. Don't even care what plan is. I mean, what the details are, but just trust it. No, fuck all that shit. No. You
That's
know,
easy
when
to do, but what's your narrative? You know what I mean? Like
me personally, no, I want to ignite that brush fire freedom in people's minds and have it spread all over like a fucking wildfire. That's what
You
I
think
want.
your perspective is so important that you need to have everybody else having your perspective? Is that what
I'm
you're
not
saying?
saying well, okay, put it this way. I want freedom. All right. I want freedom for myself. And if I can get it for myself, I want it for others. You know what I'm saying? So that's what I
Yeah, I'll
want
get
people
on
to
board
actually
with. I'll walk
I want
alongside of you for that.
I want that brush fire freedom to ignite in people's hearts and minds and actually in their lives. That's what I want. You know what I mean? So that's not my perspective. I mean, you know, it's not my
Well, like
belief.
natural
This is what
law.
I
Are
know
you?
for myself, and I would like to have to share that with others if I can achieve it. You know,
So do you?
which I mean, I think all of us should be free because that's what we're supposed to be. You know what I mean?
Absolutely, yeah. Do you get down with natural law then, like God's law,
Yes.
natural law? Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Well, that's awesome.
Because I like I said, I tend to lean toward heavy far right, which is anarchy, and that's where I lean toward. You know what I mean? Because that's a voluntary or voluntarist society type mentality. You know what I mean? It's you know goes along on with the non-aggression principle. You know what I mean? It follows common natural law. You know what I mean? Not what's the system that's not in place today. You know, even our judicial system is changed, it's not in operating under common law. You know, our nation was supposed to be a constitutional republic, but they keep on freaking calling it a stupid fucking democracy. Excuse my French. You know.
Okay, can I
And
say something about that? Can I ask a
Sure.
question? It's actually to Ricky. So Ricky, I have a friend who
Yes.
says that he's been before the Michigan legislature than the assembly. And I believe him, but I said that the assembly writes directives and requisitions. What say you?
What are you talking about, woman? Holy
Okay,
shit, you
my
lost me.
friend said that he's been before the Michigan legislature than the assembly has.
Okay.
Okay, and I said that the assembly gives orders and requisitions in writing.
Yes. Okay, so that's actually the difference. The biggest difference is you can't operate within their system. They have their own system, them and they.
Thank you, Indy.
The United States Corporation has their own system, the court system, the bar association, your county, your city, your sheriff's department, your police department are all operating under a corporation. That's
28
the
the
bottom.
USC 300215 Section A. You know, United
job.
States Corporation. Yeah.
Yeah, good job. So in answer to your question, when somebody goes before the legislature,
Yeah.
bless you. When somebody goes before the legislature, what are they doing? They're going before a corporation. That would be like me going before the corporation of Walmart with papers to tell Walmart to raise the prices.
I don't think he's doing that. I think he's coming with common law because it's
okay.
my
So
friend.
That's the thing.
let me
That's the
finish.
thing. It's like
Un momento, por
it's
favor,
exactly.
señorita.
Yeah, hold on.
Un
ahead,
momento,
Ricky.
por favor, señorita. So under common law, under a group of people that are operating under we the people in assembly, that's important. You got to think about that. If we're operating under we the people in assembly, we have more authority over them, and we can write and demand from them to do the right thing. I'll just leave it at
Okay,
that.
and let's give the benefit of the doubt that my friend also knows how to do that in the de jure, okay? But is not part of any assembly.
Okay, so
you know this friend.
Is
You
he
respect
making any
this
ground?
friend.
Yeah, I know
You
who
know
you're
this
talking
person.
about now.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay,
Let's not
so
name
is he
names 'cause they're
making
not here.
any ground way? Is he moving forward with
I mean,
any
I
of
haven't
this?
seen the proof, but I hear from
Well, you
him
got
a
to have
lot.
results.
Right.
You
I
got to have
believe so.
results. Okay, so when I say you got to have results, you got to pin this person down, say, let me see the results. Let me see what you have accomplished.
Well, I take him for
A
his
good
word.
example, let me finish. A good example would be like Alaska versus the state of Alaska Corporation. And it was the people of Alaska went against the state of Alaska Corporation and told the state of Alaska to stand down, or we will replace you. And the only way they could replace them would be to bring in a military government. It's a temporary military government through, I think it's actually through the National Guard. I'm not sure. But the people of Alaska, operating as the country of Alaska, told the governor of Alaska, either you listen to us or we're going to replace you with a temporary governor. And the governor of Alaska said, okay, I'm going to listen to you. Please don't fire me. So the difference is you've got to see if there's any results. There's a lot of groups out there. I mean, there's a lot of groups out
He's
there.
not a group. He's an
I
individual.
know he's not a group. I'm just making a point. There's a lot of groups out there that are asking for money. They're saying you have to change your status as a person with the corporation. Why in the fuck? See, I speak French too. Why in the fuck would I change my status with a corporation when I never signed on to that? Somebody signed on to that for me, my parents or whatever.
Your mother.
They're the ones that signed. I don't have to change my status because I never made a contract with you. You got to change your status, and you got to start operating under the United States people, the people of the United States. All the states are countries. That's why Trump is able to go to the country of Canada and say, look, would you like to be part of the United States? Well, they can do that because they're operating as a separate country like Texas. It's a country. How was that rant? Damn.
Good.
I got cotton mouth.
All right, I do want to bring up something tonight, and I think it'd be good to kind of start now because I don't know how long this conversation will go, and maybe it won't be a long one. But if you watched the press briefing, Trump's first press briefing, he brought up this new program that is called Stargate, and it has to do with artificial intelligence. But one of the things that he brought up along with that is artificial intelligence, AI, mRNA vaccines. And that to me is a huge red flag. Not something I was at all surprised by with my views on Trump and how I see him and his role in this. But for those of you who do support Trump and are excited about him, does that put off a radar for you, or what are your views on it? I know some of you are much more open to Elon Musk and AI and all of that than I am. Like, I just would like to hear some feedback on what people are thinking, because to me, I think that fits in with what he's also talked about for a long time about doing bio tracking for everyone. He said that everyone will be biotracked. He doesn't say immigrants will be biotracked. He does, it doesn't say for international travel. It's everyone will be biotracked. And I worry that the two may tie together.
My friend told me that that's already happening. I yield.
What, the AI mRNA?
The biometrics. We're already when we go to the airport, everywhere, when we're around town, like it's already happening. That's what I was told, but I don't know.
I mean, I think a lot of people have been saying that for a long time. I mean, we see it, but to me, this is a new level. Ricky, let me say one more thing, Ricky, and then I'll go to you. I'm going to go right to you. But I saw something by the WEF a little while ago. It was a video of a woman speaking there, and she was showing a pill that you could take that had nanotech in it. It was a microscopic, you couldn't see it. It was so small. This like this microchip basically, and it was a very small little circuit system. But when you took it in that pill, the electricity that's in your body from your bile activated it and would send a signal to your doctor, and they also brought up to your insurance that let them know that you had taken your medication. And that also came to my mind when they were talking about AI mRNA vaccines, because I wonder if it would have something like that component. And somebody had brought that up earlier. How are they going to be testing each person for these things like this cancer vaccine or whatever? But if it's something that is being put in unknowingly or something that's put in knowingly, either way, I'm opposed to it. Okay, but Ricky, go ahead.
Operation Warp Speed 2.0.
Yeah, right. Exactly. Ricky, go ahead.
Well, I have to agree with you. It's very scary as far as what Trump said and who he is connecting himself with. And he is not even connecting himself with the inventor of, what's it called? The 4 letters?
Warp Speed?
No.
Oh, sorry.
No, you're good.
Davos?
Shit.
Davos?
No. Okay, I'll go on. So he's connecting himself with this group of people that are into this biotechnology and mRNA. That's what I was looking for.
Oh, okay. Yes. Mm-hmm.
He's not even talking to the inventor of mRNA. He's talking to these other globalists, I would have to say, and it's very dangerous. But one thing I got to say, when they say they're tracking your biometrics, let me tell you something. Every single person has a different frequency. It doesn't matter who you are. We all have a different frequency. And when we hold hands, we create a new frequency. I've seen it for myself on a spectrum analyzer, on a scope, et cetera, et cetera. So to actually track an individual person is very easy if you're listening. If you're listening to frequencies. Through the 5G network, and I'm speculating, don't hold me to the fire on this, but through the 5G network and through your routers in your home, your router can send out a signal and then receive that signal and send it downline. Real simple, and actually read your frequency. They can see everything in the house. I've seen it happen with law enforcement where the dispatcher, there was an incident at an apartment complex, and I've got this recorded, by the way, and time-stamped.
Right,
there was an incident in a apartment complex where law enforcement was at the door talking to dispatch, and dispatch said, and I quote, to the law enforcement at the door, dispatch said, well, I'm not currently seeing anything moving in that house.
Mm-hmm.
And I turned and looked, and I record a lot of stuff. Rule number 1, record everything. So I yield with that.
Yeah, I'll go. Thank you for coming up, Batman.
Hello, Indy.
Good to have you here.
What's
We
going
triggered
on?
something you wanted to talk about. What's on your mind?
Well, I think an interesting topic you brought up in reference to the cult of personality that is Donald Trump.
Right.
And people want to like him, and they like the way he talks, and they think he's going to do great things, and he's doing all these executive orders on day one. And for anyone who doesn't have a broader picture of where this world's been headed since, well, way before we were all here, I think we're probably in the fourth quarter of the control grid.
Whatever's happening, right?
I hate to use
Right.
football metaphor, but it sure appears that Agenda 2030 is rolling out every
Yeah.
step of the way.
Yeah.
And every time I see a story, my brain pings to Agenda 2030. So when you have Elon or you have any of the things you guys were talking about, the technology is more advanced than we know, even the stuff that we have, let alone what we don't know what's out there. And the routers do map every inch of your room, wherever they are. And that's 10 years ago that was proven.
Right.
Ooh, really quickly, can I insert one more little rabbit hole? This is a quick one because it goes along with it. I heard a theory that the reason lead paint was actually banned was because the lead in the paint actually made it harder for them to surveil inside houses.
Absolutely.
And I think that makes so much sense. Doesn't that just sound like truth?
Well,
I
think
just
about
told my
that.
mom that yesterday. I did.
Oh, that's funny.
How many how many children
Pain
were
brain-
actually
brain
scraping
waves.
paint off the house and eating it?
Right, exactly.
None of
That's what made me think about. That's how it came up because I was like, who ever ate? I've never seen never have my kids tried to pick at paint and eat it, like, or any kids I've worked with. So
That
it
was
just
me.
never made sense to me.
Yeah, and you can still buy. It's expensive, about 30
Mhm.
bucks a gallon, but you can buy boat paint that has lead in it.
Yeah.
So paint for your boat is full of lead, and they sell it. And I guess kids don't eat boats, but you could paint your house with boat paint, and nobody can say anything. So there's
Well,
still.
Anyway,
creates-
sorry, I'll go continue on with what you're saying.
Oh no, I
Well,
think
what
it's a
ends up
great rabbit hole.
well, and what ends up happening in some respects when it comes down to the lead paint, it creates a somewhat of a Faraday cage, as because all that the metal is electrically conductive. It becomes minus the roof, I guess, but everything painted would be basically a Faraday cage, you know.
Yes.
So I think electrically on that end of it, but yeah, it's I was actually talking about this back in 2018, man. When it comes down to the biotech, when it comes to nanobots and stuff that was in the beer bug crap that they were trying to shoot in you. It's like that was actually part of it. There was a lot of doctors that were actually kind of coming out that were being silenced right off the bat, like get go type of shit. As soon as they get that stuff out, it was like being deleted or something like that, especially out here on YouTube when it comes down to that subject. But there was a lot of, even I've had close to 1,000 videos deleted since 2017.
Right.
Mostly for they call medical misinformation, you know what I mean? And then I was talking about the 2020 election, that misinformation
honey.
about that.
Yeah.
Dude,
We all
went
through that.
But the thing is, it's like, I've been proven right over time, even in the mainstream media. But yet, it's like, I see dominoes stacking up in certain directions. That's how I kind of visualize it in my head, I guess. You know what I mean? And all they need is just a little nudge and everything topples. You know what I'm saying? And I think they're stacking them on purpose. It's kind of like a chess game if you think about it in a like a mental visualization. It's like, you're looking at a world map and you see all these chess pieces all out there. Those are the main players of the whole game. It's kind of like this Game of Thrones out here in a real life scenario that's playing out, because it's all about money. It's all
Or the
about
Hunger
control,
Games.
Yeah, seriously.
Right.
Don't forget the Truman Show.
Yeah, I know, right? They tell us.
Well, that's what there is that float, with that flat Earth scenario. Yeah, I mean, because I mean, honestly, I think that was actually a Vatican scenario back in the day. They thought the Earth was the center of the universe and everything was like that. You know what I mean? And then Galileo challenged that. And then this is how we look at it as like not the center of the universe. It just happens to be part of the this solar system. It's in a bunch of the other stuff.
Allegedly.
Allegedly all of it. For all I know, the damn planet of the Earth is the shape of a pretzel.
Right.
Seriously.
Well,
I mean,
so yeah, and I hear you, and I heard you guys when you were talking before about maritime law and things before. I guess I'm to the point now where it seems to me when I first started my YouTube channel in 2016, I thought I was going to make a difference and help people see things, and it didn't. Which is whatever, but I'm at the point now where this is going to be whatever it's going to be. And it's not going to be what our founders intended. It's not going to be what our restoration movement wants it to be. And it's sad. And I think I've come to the acceptance. I went through the 5 stages of grief about our country, and I'm on the other side of it now. And it sucks, but the less energy I spend in that place of denial and anger and bargaining, and I can't remember the other one. And when I got to the acceptance place, I actually got a lot happier. It doesn't change the fact that it's all bullshit and that people get harmed every day by the system, and good people make bad choices based on the system, and they lose everything and they go to jail and they put a experimental medical device in their body, and all this stuff still happens. But for me personally, I've had to release the fight. I had to let go of the fight and say, you know what? This is bigger than me. I don't have the power in this that I thought I had, or I could have had. So I am cautiously optimistic that good does defeat evil. I don't know that it happens in this realm in this time. So I just kind of, I'm intrigued and I'm interested, and I appreciate everybody that's going to fight and going to, give papers to the court and do all these things. But I don't know if that's the way we're supposed to be in the world and not of the world.
Right.
I'm not sure. So. Yeah, we can't just live off grid,
What's that?
We can't just all go live off grid and everything, everybody.
No, and if we do, and we start to get successful at it, they'll Waco our asses.
Right.
Yeah, that's the problem.
We'll know when it's time to go underground, everybody. Sorry.
Well, I mean, you talk about archaeology, you see all these civilizations that, it looks like this had to taken like hundreds of years of like this ant farm looking tunnels all over and people living underground. It's like for what? And they, like there's this one, what is it, Cappadocia, whatever, where have all these like the tunnels and stuff, like, hundreds of families live down, and even with cattle, underground. And they had these like round. They had these round wheeled like things that were like doors if they needed to shut it off altogether. And I was like, what are they running from? What are they hiding from? It's probably the exact same thing we're doing today.
Right. Now
you know what I mean?
Right. Yeah, I thought the same.
Yeah.
Well, and then we hear the underground, that's the underground stuff that's around now. I mean, it's not like it was only in ancient times. There's a lot of it that's still around now. We're just not being informed about it. Do you think Trump's going to release all that information?
Well, that's another thing too. I mean, it's like, well, see, that's another thing too. You talk about that. I was sitting there thinking about a lot of other stuff that's been hidden, they're just shoved away in a, kind of like the Raiders of the Lost Ark scenario where they just shove it in a damn warehouse and it's never saw the light. Some of that needs to be, you know what I mean? I mean, hell, if it's over 50 years old, declassify the crap, All right, if it's over 20 years old, I mean, I'm just getting, they were going to claim national security and all this other shit, but what are we paying for? You know what I mean? I mean, honestly, we're actually, that's why I lean toward anarchy, because this is not voluntary. We're being forced with extortion to fund this crap. You know what I mean? This evil scenario that's held over us with violence.
Right.
You know, you know what I mean? Seriously, income tax, according to even to the income tax law, it's a voluntary system. Well, if they're putting a gun to my head, threatening to take my stuff and all that, and it might put me in prison for not paying it, it's not voluntary.
Well, what
That's
are you
the point of a gun.
Why would you gaslight anybody to do anything? Like anarchist always sounds to me like it's, you know, we need to take them out. We need to, what do you suggest people do?
No. True anarchy is not initiating the violence. Now,
It's like
self-defense is a
You're
different
like
story.
No laws? Are you like no laws? We don't need laws. Is that
No,
really
the rules and are natural common law. That's the rules.
with anarchy?
Yeah, it's
Yes.
voluntarism.
Voluntarism. Yeah, it's
what about when somebody doesn't volunteer to not grape somebody? You know, what do you do?
Then they get killed.
Yeah. I mean, all right, you know.
Now it's the purge too.
Well, put it this way. If there was good people out there willing to use a weapon against the bad people with weapons, there would be less bad people.
Yeah.
Put it that way. You know what I'm saying?
It's the law of the jungle. It's the law of the jungle that George Bush decried when he said the law of the jungle will end. And
they want to decide who gets to murder somebody. Is it like when they were all on the island, Lord of the Flies?
No, Is that how if somebody infringes on another person's rights, they're going to be held accountable.
Who decides? Like, yeah, you did the
That's
right
obvious.
thing.
I think it's like natural consequences, basically.
Yeah,
so
obvious.
whoever you piss off decides, whoever you offend or whoever you do something
What if
that
they
think is
lie?
wrong.
What if they make some shit up about you, which happens all the time now?
If I may.
Yeah.
Please do.
Yeah, if I may.
Ooh, hold on, Ricky. You've got some loud sound issue going on.
Really?
Maybe move away from your mic.
Here.
Nope.
I'll be right
Now you're
back.
actually better. Oh, it was good, and then it went bad again. Yeah, come back up. I want to hear it.
I'll be back.
I'll be back.
Well, no, D. I mean, natural law and voluntarism. If somebody steals from you, you give them the consequences. It's about personal responsibility, not about who decides. We don't put people in positions to decide for us anymore. We decide for ourselves. And if you think the person stole from you, it's not that big a deal. You can let them off the hook. But if you think that they stole from you and their life needs to be taken from them, then you do that and you're justified. And it's a very organic, almost the way nature works.
Where does it work in our world today?
It doesn't, because nobody tries it.
Right.
Well,
because there's leaders and there's authority and we have a mental system of authority that we believe people have authority over us.
Put it this way: before the government was formed in this nation, that's how it was.
Yep.
You know what I mean? And then there was a central group of people that wanted to gain control, and that was the order that they wanted to put into their eyes of this chaos. You know what I mean? Because they believed the freedom that people had was chaos, so they need to create an order. That is where this whole thing is, because there's a lot of these people that want to be kings. The federal government wants to sit there and portray themselves as our freaking king. We're not in the kingdom of the federal fucking government or the union. That's not what we're here on. I mean, honestly, is that what we're here put on this earth to do? Is just to fucking pay most of our wealth, work hard as hell all our lives, put most of our wealth in this evil system that works against us? Is that what we're put on this earth to do?
No.
You know what I mean? Seriously, even when Jesus was alive, fuck Caesar. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? Fuck Caesar.
Well, he didn't really say that, but
yes, he did. Yes, he did.
I mean,
yes, he did.
He said, "Give to
Render
Caesar
unto
what
Caesar's
is
what is Caesar's."
Mm-hmm.
Point. You're
Fuck
using
Caesar.
that money. You're using it. We're all using this government's
Well,
money.
okay, that's a good point. That goes back to that gold and silver. That's technically the only constitutional money. You know, that's what we're constitutionally supposed to only use. But they've actually broken the law. So really, what we need as a people is actually somehow we have to have created an enforcement to force these people to obey the Constitution and the supreme law of the land. All right. And then, there's a lot of stuff that was put into the Constitution and that was totally works against us, like laying taxes,
14th Amendment.
So
and
hold on a
collecting
second, Wingnut.
taxes.
So here's a question from Shamrock that kind of goes along with this. And then Ricky, I want to go to you. But she says, so what happens when someone accuses someone of grape, but the person was nowhere near that person? Then by that theory, someone is justified in pew-pewing an innocent person. But my understanding is under anarchy, each person would deal with their own consequences or the people who affected them. So that's where I think it does get chaotic. But I think that's why a lot of the government that we have in the way it was intended formed. I think it kind of formed sort of naturally out of that anarchy.
Well,
to have
not
some
necessarily.
regulation.
Hang on a sec. We got
Well,
real
see,
quick.
okay, go
Real
ahead.
quick. If Shamrock and Indy too, you guys have driven on a 2-lane road that doesn't have a barrier in between, right?
Right.
2-lane highways in the mountains or in the wherever, and you're doing 65, 70 miles an hour. The thing that keeps that person in the lane coming on from weaving over and crashing you is self-preservation. And the conversation that's always left out of the anti-anarchy idea is that self-preservation will require people in that system to be honest with each other. Because the person accuses the other person of grape and they die. Well, fair enough. That person who knew that it was wrong, they've opened themselves completely up to not having that self-preservation. So human beings, I think, were designed for self-preservation. And when we don't have an overarching system suppressing us and stealing from us and taking our life force, we're going to act in honor with each other as a default mechanism. And I don't know if people believe that, but I do believe that because I've driven so many 2-lane roads without dotted lines and without barriers, and nobody dies because it's in your best interest not to be an asshole in a system of anarchy. It really is.
I mean, I agree to some extent, but I think if you're talking about like the grape situation, if you have lied about someone doing that and then you kill or pew that person, then you're the one in the wrong. So then you're then opening yourself up to those consequences. Because I think in order to be deterred, in the 2-lane situation, obviously it's in your best interest. When it's something where it's more separated from yourself, like in that grape situation where it happened to someone else, it's not as demanding of you to stay in your lane.
It's not. However, what is the person going to gain from lying about it in that situation?
Well, I mean, in that situation, I would think that they had some reason to falsely accuse that person.
Sure.
I mean,
maybe
whatever it was, whether it was
mentally ill people that could do stuff like that.
Right.
Mhm.
So how
It's not going to be perfect. It's totally not going to be perfect, but it's going to be free.
we're far
So-
from those kind
Wild
of people.
West.
People are not anywhere near. They might have been in 1950. They might have been a little more, we're going to be self-governing here. We're going to do the right thing. But you got people that are they have no self-control.
True, Moonchild. Well, I mean, it's not going to. The question is, which one's worse? Would you rather live free with a little bit of danger, or would you rather live as a slave with this danger coming from the state?
It won't be free. It'll be by mafia and mob rule is how it'll be. Whoever has more friends, gangsta
If I may.
style.
Maybe.
It'll be
Right.
gangsta style.
Okay, Ricky, how are you doing? How's your mic going?
Check 1 2. This
Yep.
is a test.
Yes, that's fine. It's good.
This is a
Okay,
test
go ahead.
of the emergency broadcast system. This is only a test. Okay, so
It's for an actual emergency.
yeah. Somebody was just saying, I don't can't place who you are. It doesn't matter. But you were saying you would rather live free, but in danger. Is that what you said?
Yeah, I'd rather live in a
Dangerous
dangerous
freedom.
free world
Oh,
then
really? So it's okay. It's okay if a person has a dispute with you and they can falsely accuse you with no evidence, and then your other neighbor next door comes over and shoots you and steals your shit. That doesn't make any sense. I'm
no,
sorry.
it's
That
not
just
okay. That's
doesn't
not
make any
okay.
sense. Well, of course it's not okay.
But it happens all the
It's not
time in
okay
our
for people to
society.
falsely accuse you. Okay, so let's go back. We got to look at history. How did these people get in control? And who in the hell are they? Who are these people that are making up codes and statutes and rules and regulations and oppression and depression and all this shit that's happening to us? Not only here in the
Right.
United States, but throughout the planet. We have to ask ourselves, who are they?
Eugenicists
Where
and
do they?
globalists.
No,
No,
aren't
And
they
in
the
the end, it comes to
judges?
Satan.
We got to go
Judges.
further
WEF,
back. We got to go
They're
Klaus
the
further back.
Schwab.
judges. In my case, it's been a judge who did a summary judgment and
Okay,
decided that I
where
owed
did
an
where did they,
agency all kinds of money.
where did they
You
start from? In the United States of America, who are these people and how did they get started oppressing us? Who, you know?
You can go back to the 13 families, and you can go back to the
Right.
Jesuits, and you can go back to the bloodlines.
It's smaller than that. It's
Yeah.
simpler than that. It's a contract that was made in 1871 with a foreign entity called the Virginia Company that was contracted to come over here into the United States to give us 19 things because we were devastated from the Civil War. It's a contract. And it's so simple, people. Once we are back in control as a people here in the United States, then we don't need them anymore. As a matter
See,
of
I didn't.
fact, let me finish.
Facts count.
As a matter of fact, looking at the contract, they have violated their contract with us. And Trump even said in his first presidential speech to the United Nations, he said, I'm giving it back to the people. The reason he said that, and he also, I think somebody correct me, but I think he also said that he's voiding the contract of 1871. I think
I
there's
haven't heard
actually
that.
documentation on that. I think I can find that
That
documentation.
is on the National Assembly website.
There it is.
Mm-hmm.
We got to look at who they are and who we are. And we're all running around fighting against each other like they want us to, like ants high on meth or something. I don't know. I've never seen ants high on meth. I think that would be cool. But beside that, we're running around with our heads cut off. We don't know. We're all against each other when we all need to get together with each other. And above everything else, good Lord, look at history. Who are they? Where did they start from? Who is the Bar Association? Who is the
Crown.
British accredited registry working on our soil, dictating everything that's happening on the continent?
Yeah.
And when I say dictating everything, I look at your law enforcement. Your law enforcement is trained by the Bar Association to bring people into the Bar Association for money. That's all there is to it. You look at your city council, your city, it's a corporation. Who are these people? We got to understand who they are, and we all got to quit fucking running around with our heads cut off and start leaning on each other for support. What are we going to do? Everybody always asks that, by the way. Everybody always asks that. What are we going to do? How do we do this? How do we fix it?
So
Do
what's
you
your answer?
know? My answer is we have to operate under the First Amendment. The First Amendment, one of the most important things of the First Amendment is the right to assemble. People think that's the right to go out and hang it at the bar, or right to go to church, or the right to go protest on the steps of the Capitol. That's not what that means. The right to assemble is We, the people, are the ones that are supposed to be in control. The corporation falls underneath us. Our founding fathers, one of our great founding fathers, I don't remember his name, he said, I fear the people not holding the government accountable more than I fear the government getting out of hand.
Yeah.
We got to look at this. It's all about us. Okay, so what is a symbol? You know, we've got to get on one piece of dirt and get an understanding of what our founding fathers left for us. They didn't
And God
leave
did.
us right. Well, above that is our Creator. You know, it's first our Creator, then our Constitution that protects the government from our inalienable rights. Bottom line is we need to start ignoring all the propaganda, ignoring all the bullshit, coming together and establishing what's called an assembly. We must assemble. We must get back what the corporation has taken to us.
Do you think that's possible in this current
Yes,
day and
it's
age?
happening. It's absolutely possible. It's happening. There's a lot of groups out there that are trying to stop it from happening. If you hear somebody asking for money, walk away. If you hear somebody saying you need to change your status, walk away. You don't need to do any of that shit. All you got to do is be a single person, stand up and say, here I am. Where are my people? Here I am. Where are my people? Where do I go to meet with my people? That's all you got to do. You got to.
Well, and we've talked about this before too, where now, people, because of the economy and the way things have been managed, we are often moving. We're much more transient than we used to do. And part of that's technology advancing, but also part of it is a negative thing. People are having to leave jobs. They're moving from one job to another. They don't really, you don't become a part of a company like you used to, there's no like honor for you in being there for a long time. As far as they're concerned, you're just another employee. So it's about the bottom line, not about you as an employee. And that makes people a lot more transient because they have to move because of jobs and going where work is. But anyway, my point in that is, so it's a lot harder to build those communities where you really get to know each other because there's so many people that are coming in and out all the time. It's like a revolving door.
If I may,
really
because
quickly,
we all
I
belong
want
to
to read.
we all belong
Yeah,
to
yeah.
the largest corporation as employees,
Right.
But that's the thing too, is like, that's the government wants every, the bigger it gets, it wants everybody either working for it and dependent on it,
Yeah.
so
Let me read
there's
this quote
nothing
here
outside of
that
that.
Blue put in. Yeah, Blue said, when plunder becomes a way of life for a group of men in a society, over the course of time, they create for themselves a legal system that authorizes it and a moral code that glorifies it.
Right.
And that's from Bastiat, the Law.
Right.
Yeah.
And I will tell you, the people that several years ago, Ron Paul Revolution, for those of you who've been around for a while, and some of you maybe have been around for Ammon Bundy and Lavoy Finicum.
Yes. Rest in peace, Lavoy.
Amen.
Yes.
Murdered by the
Amen.
FBI, just like every other time. So I appreciate what you're saying about the assembly and the actual power that we have as individuals and as a community. But unless we realize that they're not going to play fair. They're not going to say, "Oh, you got your assembly. Well, we'll step aside. Go ahead. You're right. We've been cheating and lying. We'll just go away." That is not going to happen.
If I may.
Absolutely.
It's already happened. It's already happened. It happened in Alaska, like 3 years ago. Alaska assembled. They put all their documents together, and they gave notice and notified the governor. And the governor said, "Don't fire me."
Oh no, yeah, you told that story. That's great.
So
yes, it is happening. But wait, I got to say something. I got to respond to Indy saying we're so busy. We're so busy. We don't have time to do this. Well,
I didn't say that.
Well, what did you say?
I said that we're because of jobs and things like that, it's a lot harder for
We're
people to stay
moving.
in one. Yeah, we're moving a lot. And so it's a lot harder to build
Sure.
that kind of trusting community because people are transient and it's a revolving door in a neighborhood
Okay, that
and
makes
in a
more
job.
sense. Yeah,
Yeah.
that makes more sense.
Mm.
But
You're welcome,
even though
Shamla.
we're transient, I've got
Here's
time
another
to
one.
pick up the phone and call in a 1 or 2 hour show a week with
Very easy. Yeah,
with
very
my
easy.
state coordinator. You know, I can call if I'm here in Colorado, and if I'm interested in helping out Colorado, I can take an hour a week or every 2 weeks and call in and see what's happening in Colorado.
No, I
I'm
agree. I agree with that completely. I just think I think it's harder than it used to be, and that's part of the problem. People also don't care as much about their community members because they don't know them as well. And in a lot
Correct.
of communities, they also don't have that as any kind of real support system. So there's a lot,
100%
and I think
correct.
that's all by design.
True, and I'm not going to argue. I'm in Colorado too. I agree with your points. Alaska has fewer people than the city of Denver. So in the state of
Well, that's a big
Alaska,
point.
when you got 700,000 people in that state and 30,000 go to the governor and say, "Hey, knock it off or we're going to oust you." He's like, "Oh shit, okay." In a place like California or Texas or New York,
It's funny.
I don't think the same results happen. And I'm not trying to be, I don't want to be a jerk about it.
California's assembled. I'm going to drop the link right now. We assembled January 2024. We had 38 states ready for a convention of states before Anna von Reitz came in and infiltrated, took 8,000 people from California back then, infiltrated in 2021 and 2023, but California got assembled. And so I'm going to drop
So
the link for that. But
do you think a convention of states is a good idea, D?
yeah, I do.
Okay.
Colorado was assembled in 2003, and then we got infiltrated and attacked by a group of people. And now Colorado's a bunch of pussies, and they don't want to assemble again until something better happens. I mean, I guess they're waiting on the Kardashians or something to come across and save them.
But Ricky, your story about the Colorado 9 is really valuable information because right now a lot of people are looking to do something, right? And so to warn people to not change their status and to not give people money. But the other thing that's really important is not playing in their sandbox, because the Colorado 9 are ones that went after a judge and they had a short victory, right? And got some money and stuff, but then the de facto changed the rules.
No, they didn't get any money.
Okay.
There was no money exchanged. The Colorado
Okay.
9, a group of people here in Colorado was actually one of the first states that was kicking some ass.
Yeah.
And a lot of states were watching Colorado going, holy crap, this is wild what Colorado's doing. And then a group of people got together, 9, there was actually 11 of them. I can't include myself, even though I was involved. We were having General Assembly meetings once a week. We were rocking and rolling. Then a group of 11 people went after a judge that was abusing his power. He was abusing his power. He was doing law from the bench. He wasn't a referee. He was way out there in left field. So we went after his bond.
A bond.
We went after his bond and called him out and started making reports on him and doing this and that and the other with the bar association and complaints and on and on and on.
Yeah.
Well, he didn't know we went after his bond until he was trying to make a loan to, now listen, we're going after a bar member using their system. Okay, so he didn't know that we went after his bond, and the bond people revoked his bond and captured all his assets until he went to the bank and tried to get a loan to put his son through college. Then the Bar Association changed the rules, and they came up with this thing and called it paper terrorism. We were using their system against them. They changed the rules, called it paper terrorism, and there are 9 people right now in federal prison because of it.
That's right.
Do
That's
not.
right. They fucked around and found out.
Buzzatino, good to see you.
Listen careful. Do not use their system against them.
Do not. I was
We, the
advised
people,
that.
we are way above them. We have more control over them. We just gotta get assembled.
So when the ballot box doesn't work, when the soapbox doesn't work, what do we got left?
Yeah, it's a cartridge box.
Assembly.
Bullet
And
box.
I'm not saying assembly.
Well, that's
like
the
if you go
soapbox.
down.
Assembly is the soapbox. That's the soapbox.
No, that's protest.
That's the cartridge
That's
box.
exactly what the soapbox is protest.
Yeah, but assembly's more than that.
Assembly is not.
Well, I mean,
protest.
but
We
I mean,
don't go
honestly,
to the
they'll
Capitol.
continue doing what they're doing, and they'll end up changing things. I mean, they'll end up doing exactly what they're doing, and they'll just make it even better for them in the process, and then throw a bunch of people in prison. Now where are we at? That soapbox didn't work. Okay.
No, that wasn't a soapbox. That was federal lawsuits. That was lawsuits. That wasn't a soapbox. A soapbox would be standing on a soapbox, jumping up and down, yelling and screaming at a bunch of people that aren't listening.
That's exactly what happened.
No, it wasn't.
Rhetorically, it's a soapbox.
No, it isn't.
Okay. Well,
Absolutely not.
what I'm saying is, all right. What I'm saying is, it was basically all that court stuff was a bunch of jumping up and down, and then what's the end result?
Well, we did it. We did it on another situation, and we won. So,
Well,
I mean,
okay.
And there are other people out there winning, using their system.
What exactly tangible things are actually happening that on this winning scenario? What exactly changed? And have they found loopholes around it? Changed the law so they can actually just bypass what all that first ruling actually did? You know what I mean?
Okay, so you're missing
just
my
asking.
point. Yeah, I get it.
Okay.
I get it. I understand.
I dropped
You're
the
missing
links to the website. You can go look at the websites. There's a lot of.
You're actually missing my link, missing my point. The point is, we the people cannot use their system against them because they are a corporation. It would be like we the people going to Ace Hardware Corporation and demanding that they give us free
Wendy.
circular saws. They don't have to listen. It's like we the people going to our county commissioners meeting and protesting and jumping up and down and holding signs. They
Doesn't do
do not
much.
have to listen.
It doesn't do
Right.
much. I can tell you that for sure.
They
You
don't
no
have to
idea.
listen to us.
You have no idea.
But we the people
They don't give a
are
shit.
totally above them. They don't give a shit. The problem is we've got to
We don't know. We have to learn.
we have to reestablish self-governance. That's what they're waiting for. The corporation.
No, I
came over
agree. I
here-
agree. But there's so many people that are dependent on this system. There's a lot of people that are dependent on even on their paycheck for this system to continue. All right, you got a majority of people that are dependent and working for the government. All right, that's the system that we're going against in a sense. All right,
Yeah.
the system that has been perverted from what it was originally intent. You know.
Correct.
Can I have the floor for just a few
Hold on
seconds?
1 second, Dee. Let me read this quote real quick from Buzzatino.
I yield.
Thank you, Buzzatino. I've missed having you here. I love when you put things like this in the chat. Always gets us thinking. He says, "Your light can't be extinguished, for your light is eternal love. So shine without fear, shed every tear, and fly with your wings free above." Love that. Great point, Buzz. Part of that fear not. All right, go ahead, Dee.
I'm trying to remember.
Sorry, I know that happens
No,
to me
that's
too. I'm
okay.
sorry.
That was a great thing. I love that. whatever he said before. What was it? It was something I wanted to share. I can't remember. Dang it. What did you say right before, Wingnut? What was the last thing you said?
Well,
Can't remember either.
I remember the word intent. You know what I mean? But that's what I can't.
Yeah. I know what it was. So in Alaska, the one thing I know that an assembly was able to successfully do was an assembly is as little as 13 people. And they write directives and requisitions to the county, and the county has to obey. And what they did was the county was telling all of Alaska, you can't ride your ATVs off road. And they were like, the F we can't, and they got together and they learned how to go about letting them know that what they want is going to stand, basically. Okay. So that's one example. There's not a lot that I know of, but I know there are many, many more because it takes 13 people. But 13 people to listen to a phone call once a week. That's the challenge right now. And would you believe that you can hardly even get that to happen? Just to listen in on a call to get educated how when we do get together in the same room, we don't freaking kill each other, that we have a foundation of how to do decorum, yielding, and if I may, and this, and let's vote, or whatever.
Can I follow up?
Do anything? Yeah, please.
Yeah, go ahead, Ricky.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I yield.
I would like to follow up on that because Alaska had many. I could look it up on the website. All the things that Alaska requested from the government, from the governor, and the government told the United States of America Corporation to just back off. One of them was the United States Corporation through one of their subsidiaries called the Department of whatever, forestry or whatever, were controlling the waterways in Alaska. And the people of Alaska wrote a requisition to the governor and told the governor to tell the federal government to go pound sand. And they did. He did. They did. It happened.
Mm-hmm. That's right.
That's a huge win.
Yeah, it is.
Well, in a way, I mean, is the union actually a good thing? I mean, this idea of this union, is it really a good thing?
It's just people together, united. It's not a union.
Yeah, but where are we?
Wait a minute. Question. When you say union, what are you talking about?
I'm talking about like the federal government when it comes down to the federal union of the states.
Union states, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, so first of all, one thing that we're forgetting a lot of times is each individual state is a separate country. Say that again. They didn't hear you.
Oh, sorry. Good night, Ken. Much love to you. It's all right. I put it in the chat too. Go ahead.
I saw it. We're individual countries, and the federal government does not have authority over us as individual countries.
No.
The state of Texas can tell the federal government to go pound sand. Of course, there's going to be a bunch of legal bullshit that comes up with the courts and yada, yada, yada. But the bottom line is the county of Archuleta in the state of Colorado has more authority over the state of Colorado and over the federal government. It's not a top-down government where the federal government controls us top-down. It's the other way around. It starts as we, the people, within our county, operating in our state, and we, the people in our county, are the ones that have the control. It's a bottom-up government. My wife says I'm yelling. I gotta be good.
Not really. They're grifting.
You got excited.
They're grifting.
I appreciate your passion about it. I appreciate your passion about it, Ricky.
Me
I do.
too.
I think that's great. Yeah.
I do too. I
Indy,
like the
read the
sense of
private chat.
urgency.
Yep. Thank you, Elgo. Okay.
So when it comes down to it, I mean, Indy, what do you want to talk about now?
Well, wow, that was quite the setup. I mean, if we want to shift gears, okay, I've got a couple things. One, we can go with something that's kind of funny. You know what? Let me grab that. I mean, I don't know. I think it's just kind of funny. It's salty. It's salty cracker.
I
And
love him.
I know you do. I'm not always a huge fan, to be
I
honest.
can't watch his whole show ever, but I love him. I can
Yeah.
take
He has
notes.
his moments.
I like
Yes, he does have his moments, and this one I thought was pretty good. And I'm very pessimistic, and I have another little video I'm going to play about that too. That these are both really short ones, but I just thought this video is kind of more lighthearted and pretty funny. So let's go ahead and do this one. All right, here we go.
Salty Army. Ray! Oh, this was great. I did love this. This was great.
You were promised that you would be tired of winning, and I am in no ways tired. Ain't no ways tired over here. No, cut that cake with a sword. He is dancing with a gigantic saber to cut a gigantic cake. Melania is ready to have another kid again. Look at her. Oh, she dancing. The Marine's dancing. He's doing the robot. Holy balls, boys. Mr. Robot 2, Domo Origot 2, something like this. What is happening here? I can't wait for this to reach the lefties. They're going to be, oh my God. He cut the cake. Hitler did. I don't think that's what Hitler did. No, how dare you? Look at Melania's loving it. Oh man, she might be ready. She might be ready for another kid. But there you go. This is Ben over here. I promise the Trump cake sword dance is the greatest 1 minute of all time. I love this, man. Me too, brother. In a very straight fashion, of course, right? I don't know if this is traditional. I have no idea. I've never seen anything like this. No, man, this goes back to 1812. You inaugurate your ass into office, then you grab a big old fuck you saber like you're a pirate, and then you go to town on that cake. Okay, listen, that's fine. Listen, I'm out of it. I have no idea, but nobody does it like that, dude. Nobody does it like Trump. And so far, this, oh man, there you go. There's the thumbnail. There you go. That is all you need. He should just make that standard equipment. He should just constantly walk around with two of those on his hip. Be like, oh yeah, you want to find out? You want to find out? Saw me how I cut a cake. Now watch how I cut a commie. And I'm for it. But there you, that's got 1.2 million views. Abe, did you do this, Abe? Did you do the cake thing with the sword? There you have it. Donald Trump is having a fantastic time. He spent all day long signing executive orders. He spent all day long freeing J6. You know the J6 dudes in the Washington, D.C. gulag are still being held prisoner. The pardons have been signed. I'm hoping that you guys can listen. At what point does this become kidnapping? Anyway, Donald Trump spending all day defeating the deep state. He held a rally after being sworn in where he basically pummels the hell out of Kamala Harris and Joe Biden right to their stupid faces. They had to sit front row seat, taking an ass beating. Then signs a bunch of executive orders, seals up the southern border, frees the J6ers, puts all these countries on notice, and then whips a sword out and says, it's cake time, motherfuckers. It's a cake time. Diet Coke and cake. And they said, sir, here is a butter knife. A butter knife? Bitch, have you met me? I'm Donald fucking Trump. Get my ass a fucking sword. And they came in like, oh, here's a sword. He goes, no, bitch, a big saber. I want a saber. I want to be a pirate. And they said, oh, well, we can accommodate this. Some Marines in their dress blues were like, I got a saber on it. Here you go, brother. And then Donald Trump went to town on that cake. And then I'm guessing with the way Melania dancing up there, he probably went to town on Melania afterwards. I mean that with all due respect, by the way, to both of you, because that chick was wearing a crazy, awesome Melania Mafia hat. So she ready to tear ass too. So listen, I don't want to upset her. I don't want to upset her. But there you go. Donald Trump doing a sword dance and then cutting a cake with a sword. That's going to be a great 4 years, as is. Thanks so much for watching the Famous Sports Channel. Get up to date on just the beginnings of this. Hit that subscribe button and make way, because the soul must flow.
I just thought that one was hilarious.
So good. I mean, so good.
It looked like she's
Oh.
getting ready to have another kid. That
Right.
when he said that.
He's like, I don't know if this is traditional. Like,
He is so funny. Oh my
yeah.
god.
Well, like I said, I mean, he's kind of hit and miss with me, but I think he can get a little ranty sometimes. I'm like, get the information, but
He is wrong, but you know, I can
but
handle
that one
it.
was really
I don't
funny.
love it, but I can handle it. You know.
And Trump's
I think I saw
dancing
a
is pretty
video.
epic, I have to say.
Well, yeah, I think I saw a video of Elon Musk dancing exactly the same way. It's like, man, this is. I mean, you know, I hate to say it, those white men cannot dance.
yeah.
You know what I mean?
Okay, what do you guys think about the whole Elon salute thing? Do you guys think that was a salute? Do you think that it
I didn't
was?
watch the whole thing. I'd need to see it. Can you
Okay.
play it?
Yes, I can play it. Hang on one second.
I actually didn't.
We'll
I
do a
missed-
quick. We'll do the quick version instead of the longer
I saw
commentary
a-
version.
Yeah, I saw a picture or meme of like Hillary, Barack Obama, George Bush.
Right.
I don't know who else was all doing it too. And I was like, well, there goes that, you know, whatever. It's kind of what I
So
thought.
when I first heard it, I saw a picture of it, you know, and when I saw that, I was like, oh, right, whatever, you know, you can get a still image of almost any pose, you know, and then I watched it and I was like, well, yeah, you know, it sure does look intentional. And then I'll talk more about it after we play it here. So here we go.
Mike, you might be
I've got
right.
too many things open. I have to find the video. There we go.
And I just want to say thank you for making it happen. Thank you. Thank you. My heart goes out to you.
There it is. If I may.
Okay.
Wow.
To the point. So, I mean, there you go. I mean, it looked very intentional to me, but at the same time, he's really awkward, you know, and I think he has autism.
His autistic ass.
Yeah, that's, you know,
tried to
and-
say my heart goes out to you.
Right, exactly. And because he said that, I think it was probably, I mean, I'm not a fan. I'm not trusting of Elon, but I also am not going to, you know, try to say something is more than it is. And I think it was probably more just an awkward moment for him. I have a video. Maybe I'll drop the link. I'll drop the link to the other one if people want to go and watch it. We don't need to watch it, but if you want to, you can go. It's about an 8-minute long video, and it's a body language expert who is kind of breaking down his movements before that and then after. And and I thought he had good insight. But he basically came to the conclusion that it was likely that this was just an awkward moment. He said that, you know, like how he had his fingers together, that's what makes it look more like a salute. But he does that even when he's coming onto the stage and when he puts his hands up, you know, which most people wouldn't do. He has them together then. So he thinks there were other things like, you know, body language experts. He was talking about his like eyebrows being raised and he bites his lip at one point or whatever. And he said that it seemed like he was very much trying to that he genuinely was very excited to the point of like explosive emotion and was trying to convey that. And he thinks that that was part of it. So, and he actually had quite a bit of hate in his comments, which I thought was actually kind of cool that he was willing to, you know, kind of go. And he said, he was like, I'm sure this might piss off some of you or something along those lines in his video, but I thought it was great that, and it's not a channel that I'm familiar with. It was when I searched for the other video, the you know, that this one was suggested, and I was like, oh, well, I'll check that out. Okay, I put it in the chat, so if you want to, you can go check out. This is the extended video that has the footage and then also has the body language expert, Dr. G, explains.
Dr. G.
Echo says, I don't think he meant it.
I was going to say, Elon is definitely going to get some good government contracts and stuff. You know, we got to go to Mars, you know.
Yeah. Yeah, I absolutely agree, Blue. I think that Elon, despite I don't think that he was. Oh, okay. Well, actually, you know what? Let's just round out the conversation. So I don't think that he was intending to, but I also have a video. I'll put it in there because I know you guys are going to want to probably watch it. Some of you. His daughter, Vivian, called him out apparently on, I think on Twitter or X, but on some social platform, and basically did a bunch of tweets or whatever that said that she, or like heavily implied that he did mean to do it. And if someone tells you who they are, believe them.
Mm.
So,
Dun dun dun.
yep.
I have a question.
But she's
I
a
have a
teenage daughter, and
She
that's
could
you have to
just
take
be
that into
shit.
account.
She could be just
Yeah.
mad at him.
Have you
Right?
ever like patted on your chest and like
My
put
dad's
your
a
arm out
Nazi.
like that? Like,
Yeah.
I feel like I've done that, but I can't recall in what situation. But I know I didn't feel like I was a Nazi when I did it.
I did.
Take care,
I
Buzz.
did it
Much
on
love to
purpose.
you. I'll be praying for you.
Night, Buzz.
The salute
Yeah.
came from his subconscious. Maybe. I mean, there's something to the muscle memory and all of that. If it's something that he's doing behind closed doors, it came out in front of us all. Maybe. I mean, I'm not ruling anything out, especially when it comes to Elon, because I think he is absolutely a wolf in sheep's clothing.
Yeah, I think he's a CIA manufactured cutout. Personally,
Possibly.
I mean,
Time
Trump
traveler.
could be too. Trump and his whole family could be too. That's the thing that scares me is all of them.
Right.
They can all
Yes.
be operatives, like, and the way.
I'm glad to be seeing
More
Blue
time
and Bonnie bringing up technocracy. This is something that I've been talking about for a
Yeah.
while without really even knowing the term. But I absolutely think that that's the direction things are headed. And there's a lot of evidence of that. So on Sunday, I am planning to show a documentary. I think it's about 2.5 hours long. We'll be watching it in the Backstage Speakeasy. So if you want to come for the whole thing, you're more than welcome. If you want to jump in and out, you're more than welcome. But I've only watched the first about hour so far, and it's I'm really enjoying it. I don't even remember the name. Let me see if I can find the name real quick. But not that I don't think it's one that most people have heard of. It's a newer one that's out, and it's just really good information. Kind of, somebody was saying, Ricky, I think you were asking, like, where does this begin? Where did it start? And it's looking at even the foundation of our country and the 13 colonies and the 13 families, and looking at the, even a lot of the history and Isis and Osiris and all of that. I mean, it goes all the way back and brings it all together really well. And it actually is very timely because it even ties in with the inauguration of each president and some of the ritual that's involved with that.
oh, the one where they're trying to bring the other entity into the president.
Yeah, through
I've
the
seen that.
Washington
That's awesome.
Monument.
That's going to be awesome.
Yeah, it's really.
For
I
people
haven't
that
seen the
haven't
whole
seen it.
thing.
Yeah.
I've only. I can't. Do you remember the name of it? I'm gonna see if I can
Not off
find
the
it
top
real
of my
quick.
head.
I think
And
I have the link posted, but not
my
the
friend Indy,
title.
you kind of trust me. Can I
So-
play this video?
Yeah.
I'm going to jump down, Indy. Thank you for having me.
Okay.
Thank you,
Love you, Dee.
everybody.
Thanks for
Nice
coming
to
up
talk
here.
to you, D.
I always appreciate when you
Yeah,
come up.
thanks, Vinny.
I like your hat.
Thank you so
real
much.
quick, Dee, before you go, we'll see you when you go live.
Yes, let's do that soon.
Yeah, 100% Blue. That is true. We have friends in South
Do
Africa.
that soon, Ricky.
Yes.
Thanks for your faithfulness, Indy. Love you, honey.
Yep. Love
Bye,
ya.
everybody.
Take care.
So when are you going to air this? Say it again.
On Sunday night, it's not set up yet. The Backstage Speakeasy, it will look like I have a live scheduled for whatever time we're going to start it, and then which will probably be about 9 p.m. Probably we'll aim for 8 p.m. 8 p.m. Pacific, which is 11 p.m. Eastern on Sunday night, and we'll watch. So I know it's late. It's a night owl documentary. But yeah, so we'll watch that together and then talk about it. We'll probably this one we might be pausing and kind of talking about throughout, actually.
If you haven't been to the Speakeasy, and you need to go. It is so fun. No, it's super fun.
I will do
So
that.
so basically the link will be pinned in the top of the chat just like it is here to come up and join the panel, but it's not live on YouTube. It's backstage. So that's like
Oh,
the
nice.
idea. It's like the false front, like a speakeasy. So
Yeah,
people sometimes kind of hang out in the YouTube chat a little bit, but really the real conversation is happening in the private chat backstage. People can come and join and come up on panel and show their face. They can come up and stay muted the entire time and just be in the private chat. I do make sure everybody knows who's here, so I don't really let people hang out in the basement, they call it, like, where they're not really up on panel and lurking. If that happens because people can't connect devices, I do let everybody know who's there. So the whole idea is we can speak easy and Yeah, it's been great. There's been a lot of people that aren't really comfortable or haven't at least yet come up on panel for live streams that have come to the backstage. And yeah, and that's been really cool. And Ricky, you're familiar with this idea. I got the idea from Dangerous Freedom because he used to always he'd post his link like I do, for people to come up and join the panel. And then afterwards, everybody would hang out backstage, but then he would play movies or play music. And sometimes people would just come up, even if they didn't come up to be on the live stream, they would come up after to just hang out.
Yep.
So, yep, it's that concept.
I love it.
I just don't go live first when I do it. Sometimes we go live afterwards. Or if, we had one where I think we did like 5 hours of live stream after the backstage. But the last one we did was for the inauguration. And I think I'd had maybe 3 hours of sleep the night before. And I got up way earlier than I normally do to be ready for that inauguration. And then we ended up being back there for 12 hours. And I'm telling you guys, I felt like I was hungover. I was like so tired and just like, it was funny, but it was a really good time. We had a lot of great conversation and a lot of great people stop by. And I love that. So, it's a great way to get a lot of information shared and also be able to enjoy things like movies, because it's not always documentaries. Sometimes it's just movies for fun, or concerts for fun or whatever that we can't play typically on YouTube.
I love it.
Yep.
Make sure you're there. And for
Okay,
people
I'll go.
like you said, for people like you said who want to join but they don't want to talk live, that's a great place to start.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, and that was true for a lot of
I could
us.
share videos and stuff on my cell phone, or because I like the speakeasy
You can
scenario,
have,
man.
if you can do that Wingnut, but only if you have a sidekick. You'd need somebody with a computer to be able to share the screen, and then you can still post it from your phone. Like you can bring it up on panel and everything from your phone. You just can't share it yourself.
Right. I know.
Yeah.
That's I know. Until I can get me something like a laptop or something.
Right.
It just because there's a lot of stuff that I wouldn't mind doing on my just doing speakeasy over on my stuff. But I want to be able to share certain things, and because it would create topics and stuff, in my opinion.
Shamrock,
like I said, there's a lot of stuff that I can't share on YouTube.
Exactly. I know that. Yeah, exactly. And we've had a lot of really good information shared backstage because we can, and the conversations too that, we can't really have here. Shamrock said, if that's, oof, that's late. I'm on the East Coast. Bummer. Yes. And you're not the only one. And, that's the time that works best for me because of family and everything else. So it works out well. And then not stepping on other streamers too much, but I am going to be doing a couple matinees because there's a couple, one of them, it'll be called the Matinee because Matt's one of the people that can never come. And so, we're going to do some matinees, but I will try to do some coming up. And I'll let you know when that happens. Yeah, cool. Absolutely. Oh, much love, Lisa. Have a good night. Yeah, we're not having adult chats. That's not the same. That's not the same thing. Oh, I'm not even going to go into it. There are some things that come up, but I know exactly. We're just moving right along off that one.
Moving along. Talking about that art form that's not really an art form.
Yeah, exactly. Okay. So let's see. Okay, so as I'm trying to pull something up here, I'm kind of falling away from. Oh, hey, Jude. Good to see you. I was going to say I'm falling away from chat. 11:11 just passed. Yep, 1:11.
Midnight 11.
Nice. 2:11 from count. If you know, you know.
1
Yeah, awesome, Shamrock. I would love to have you there sometime. Okay, much love to you, Shamrock. Have a good night.
So I've actually seen you doing this. I went to the, I get a, I'm on a computer and I get a pop-up or a notification. It's like, okay, let's go see what she's doing. And it didn't look like you were doing anything. Now I understand.
Yes. So always, yep. Yeah, I know. That's actually part of why last time I did go live for just a few minutes on my own, just to kind of explain it a little bit. But yeah, so the link will be pinned. Come on back. And also you can always check the video description of any video, but of the backstage speakeasies to kind of see what we're up to. And then if the link isn't pinned in the chat, that means that it's full. There's too many people. There's already enough people because I can only have 12 people back there altogether at one time. And yeah, usually it'll kind of rotate, it's never, I don't know, it's not super busy. And that's part of the coolness of it too, because it is like a smaller group,
Nice.
And so it's not quite so, I don't know, crazy.
I like crazy.
Yeah, I know. We all apparently do, right?
It's an adventure.
Okay. I have one more video I do want to share. This is by someone I do share often. I know I love her to pieces. I agree with her a lot. So I let her speak for me sometimes in sharing information. And she does really great research, in my opinion, and shares things out that are really informational as well. But this kind of ties in with the first video that I shared tonight. And I thought many of you could relate to it as well. So this is Really Graceful. And the video is, you probably won't like what I have to say, but you need to hear it. Here we almost go. Here we go.
Internet friends, since this is an open discussion on this channel, I wanted to, and it's a community, I wanted to address some of your comments about how I've been blackpilling and, I'm being a Debbie Downer about the Trump administration. So why didn't I make as many videos? Why didn't I even cover the inauguration of Joe Biden? And essentially it boils down to the following. It was a mentally ill circus of individuals within the administration who still like women's luggage. What is there to say? Like, we can comment on that a bunch. And I think I did. I think I commented plenty on COVID policy and freedom of speech. What are the talking points there? I made videos probably like once a week. Hey guys, yeah, mentally ill people are still in charge, and yeah, see you next week. I was under no sort of illusion that the Biden administration was looking for feedback or critique, or they were just filling up prisons with political prisoners. And I've been making videos. This year will be 9 years. I can read a room. By the way, I'm standing right here next to the chickens. I was about to get their eggs in case they were about to. I'm afraid they're gonna freeze while it's this cold, so I'm gonna grab a couple eggs. This is Barbie, and this is also Barbie. So I should probably define blackpilling and doomerism and all of that, but it's essentially it's the act of spreading nihilism everywhere as it pertains to politics. And they're not necessarily, so they're the same thing, doomerism and blackpilling, but it's like the red pill, the blue pill, the black pill, the white pill. Like, I'm not trying to roofie you. So anyway, I had to come inside. It was so cold. I wanted to tell you that when I started this channel, of course I wasn't blackpilling. Of course I wasn't a doomer. I always just wanted to spark your curiosity and make you notice and give you, like, if I can ask questions, of course any of you can ask questions, like, who am I? Of course anyone can ask these questions. Of course anyone can get this information, research, and make informed decisions for themselves and their families. So that was my goal. And like I said, it's my 9th year doing this and making these videos and just being part of this community. And it's actually the first year I've ever gotten feedback like, you're being too negative and you're being this, that, and the other, and you're blackpilling. And it's only come with this Trump administration, the second term. Of course, if I thought this situation was hopeless, obviously I wouldn't be making these videos and be doing literally anything else. But I don't think it's hopeless. And I think the reason why the propaganda is so strong is because the situation isn't hopeless. And as far as the Trump administration is concerned, I know they watch. I know they listen. And it's really one of the only administrations that I know is trying to gauge the temperature of the room and is open to an extent to feedback. Okay, we comment and watch them respond in real time. When Larry Ellison with Project Stargate gets on the TV the second day into the Trump administration and is talking about, these cancers, and we're going to have an AI blood test for cancer, and we're going to develop these mRNA vaccines that are individualized to the cancer to the person. Of course, I'm going to say Larry Ellison is a military industrial contractor. Of course, I'm going to say that Oracle is run by the CIA. Of course, I'm going to say that most of Silicon Valley is run by In-Q-Tel. Of course, I'm going to say Elon Musk is one of the biggest military industrial contractors out there. He's not just like some funny guy who has autism on Twitter. He's a military industrial contractor. It's not blackpilling. I don't know how to feign excitement over this, and I wouldn't if I could even feign it, because that would be very dishonest after what we've been through, after what we've learned in the last 5 years. And they shouldn't have control over anything. They shouldn't even have control of, over vaccines or health, or they shouldn't even have a say in what's for lunch. Of course, they never actually tell you where the cancer is coming from, right? And how do you know, especially since the mRNA vaccines were introduced via Operation Warp Speed? I can forgive, but I don't forget. And they never addressed the root cause of the cancer. That's all I wanted to say calmly. They never addressed the root cause of the cancer. And how are you supposed to trust a person who is selling a product to give you correct facts about your health when they sell the solution? And by the way, I wanted to tell you that Bill Gates is very cozy with this administration, apparently, and he should not be, because he's one of the most hated people in the world. But who has the infrastructure to manufacture these vaccines and produce these vaccines and everything like that? Who? Let's think. Oh yeah, Bill Gates, because he's been testing them on unwilling populations for the last several decades. He built all these factories during COVID. Everything that Trump did his first day in office, pretty good. Pretty good. What can I say? I like the crackdown on taking back free speech. I like the two genders. I like common sense. And I like the defining of culture that is as far away from the circus as possible. Good job. But, tech freaks, get them out of here.
Oh my goodness, that's awesome. Tech freaks,
right? Yeah. Yeah, I just think she does share, like you said, a lot of good truths in there, but also, I know I can relate, and I think a lot of us can, if we're sharing things that are truths people don't want to hear, or truths people haven't accepted or come to see as truths yet.
They get mad. They get mad.
Yeah. But so do we, so do we. So that was my conversation from earlier. We all have our areas of blindness, and none of us have all the answers. So I just hope people will continue, and I hope that I will continue to keep an open mind.
Yeah, no, all right. That's what the conversation really becomes important. Really, it does, Indy. I mean, just be able to have open conversation, you know what I mean? And, don't rage quit and all this other crap. No, I mean, keep it civil and all this other stuff. But still, the conversation has to happen, or we can, because like you said, I'm not the smartest guy out there. I don't have all the answers. But if we put all our heads together, we can find the answers and solutions to these things, these problems that we have to eliminate from the origin. You know what I mean? Because honestly, just fixing the problem ain't going to work. We got to eliminate what caused it in the first place. Because then we won't have to worry about any more of these problems. They get, the problem, reaction, solution.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, Mike
Don't
Guyver put a
fall.
comment in that kind of blew my mind a little bit. He said Stargate, which is the project I was mentioning earlier, many of you are now familiar with, that Trump brought up during his first press briefing. I think it's called Operation Stargate, but it's basically where they would be putting billions of dollars towards AI. And part of that was what included the AI mRNA vaccine that we talked about earlier. If you missed it and you're
Elon
listening,
Musk.
go back and watch that part. But Mike says Stargate because their names are always important. And, I had a lot of things I thought about that Stargate brought to mind. Stargate is about communicating to the fallen stars and is the project of Agenda 21. And that, to me, that's a whole lot of information in that one sentence.
Yes,
but a lot to unpack if you're not aware. I think most of you probably are. But to me, that makes a lot of sense for why they would pick that name and why they would be doing what they're doing. So
Yeah, I've been
Thank you, Mike.
watching AI and cybernetics and robotics for a lot of years, and the progression over the years and how fast it's growing. And then I mean, hell, even was it Google just came publicly. They came out with their own quantum computer chip. So I mean, this is getting even more advanced than the D-Wave quantum computer. So I mean,
Allegedly.
it's allegedly, but this is what they're if they have if this capability is there.
Wait, do you
Question mark.
honestly think computers go into another dimension to get answers?
Well, see, that's another thing too, that because they claim this is one of their claims on that computer chip, that it solved a problem that would have taken us 300 some odd million years to figure it out. I'm like, well, how in the hell if you know if this thing's right? If it's
Right,
if it's going to take
exactly.
us that, I mean,
That's where
how
it
can we
comes to me.
verify this is the correct answer? You know what I mean? So it's a good question.
Well, I mean, does anybody honestly think it goes into another dimension to get the answer?
Well, if you're using the theory on quantum entanglement and all that other stuff, yeah, technically it is someone going into another space time somewhere,
I think it's nonsense.
and then coming back. It's so
I have a question.
string theory and quantum entanglement and all that stuff. I mean, if that's all correct, but that's the basis that we're working with, right?
Yeah. I mean, who knows what we don't know? I'm trying to keep an open mind to everything as much as possible and then seek out what's true, Mike, I subbed to your channel. I'm going to check it out. This is a new channel to me, but I put the link there for anybody else who wants to go and check out Mike's channel. Yeah. Okay. And like Eimer says, wouldn't heaven be another dimension? Yeah. I mean, the Bible talks about how there's things that are not of this world. Does that mean that,
Right.
I don't think that God's only talking in the Bible about other planets or necessarily. I think he's talking about other types of beings. And if that's interdimensional, if you want to think of it that way, then sure. I just think it's another way of saying it, really. Or trying to categorize it and us to understand it,
I have to agree with that 100%.
Oh, I love that. Algo, did you want to pull up that video?
Oh yeah, I'll share it right now.
Because I need to
Let me
wrap
know when
this
you
up
can
here
see it and I'll play it.
Yep.
You good?
Anything you want to say about this before you play it?
I do. So Osho is a spiritual leader for many millions and actually a billion people in another part of the country. He's passed, but he had a question about government. Somebody asked him it, and this is his answer.
Because democracy basically means government by the people, of the people, for the people. But the people are retarded. So let us say, government by the retarded, for the retarded, of the retarded.
Makes his
I
point pretty
think,
succinctly there.
yeah, I think you should play that again. Nailed it.
Well,
Yeah.
and again, it goes back to that conversation about anarchy, and everyone's afraid of that idea because we've all been conditioned to authority from the
Right.
time we were 5 years old in kindergarten, and the
Yep.
bell rang, and you had to go to another class. And I think that generally, like the four of us and the people in chat, we're not dummies. We could probably run things better than those elected officials. Honestly, we probably could. But that whole system of someone being an authority over somebody else, I think he's trying to explain that, okay, it's a neat idea, but if you look at what it really does, in application, it doesn't work that good.
Right.
I have to expound upon that.
Please do, Ricky.
So, when we make mistakes in our lives, the enemy comes and keeps reminding us of those mistakes.
Yep.
Therefore, we don't go forward like our Father told us to. He said, "Go in my name, do the things that I've done and greater things." Well, he raised people from the dead, healed the blinds. How much more can I do? But he said that. He said, "Go in my name." But the enemy wants to keep us down, keep us docile. And the way he does that is reminding us of the shit we did wrong in the past. Well, we got to remember, and we got to be warriors. He gave us armor. Don't want to go down that rabbit hole. We've got to be warriors. We got to remember that through his blood, he has washed all that away. And he said, "Go in my name." When the enemy tells you crap that you did before, what I always tell him, "Yep, that was a fun night. But you know what? You can't hold that against me. I'm beyond that. I'm a child of the living God, and I yield."
Well, present moment awareness is a powerful, powerful thing.
Hey, Samantha. We are just wrapping up, but thanks for coming by. Good to see you. Haven't seen you around in a bit. Much love.
Samantha.
All right, you guys, it is that time. Thank you so much to everybody who's been here throughout the night, all of the musicians who came up earlier and came into chat, all of the people who put their music out for us to share. Thank you to everybody who's been up on panel to talk and who's been in the chat to talk. I just really appreciate this community. And I do always feel, oh, hey, Steve, sliding in right at the end.
Yeah,
Hey,
I was
brother.
gonna
How's it
type in
going?
much love and aloha, everyone, but I'm like, I might as well just jump in because I just got
Yeah.
home. So.
Well, I can probably stay backstage for a little bit to hang out. And if anybody else does want to check out the backstage, you can join. The link is still pinned. You can come on back. But I am going to go ahead and pull up a song real quick. And thank you again to everybody for being here tonight. We're stronger together. And I really do appreciate all of you who are able to have these conversations. Yes, I know people get heated. Sometimes people rage quit. Sometimes, we need to take a break from each other maybe, but I appreciate you all that are here. And I like that we have these conversations and are faithful about continuing to have them, even
Say,
when we
Indy,
do butt heads. Yeah.
before you play the song,
Yep.
thank you for hosting this every week for very, very many months and having a place where everybody can come and hang out with you and hang out with each other. So thank you for that.
Thanks, Algo. Appreciate that. Well, I am grateful for everybody here, and I really do see this as our channel. But it does take some work behind the scenes. There's a lot of information gathering and also just community work. I'm in touch with a lot of people, and there's a lot of, a lot of relationships to balance and everything. And, I appreciate that, Algo. I do. But I'm here for it. And, I've shared the story before, and I can't get into the long version now, but I do kind of see it as a calling. And, I still feel like it's something I'm meant to do. So here I am. All right. Love you all. I'm going to pull up one more song. This is one I've shared here several times. It was made by the amazing Mamsie Graham for this community. Kind of perfect timing to share this one. It's I Am You song. And I'm going to post this song is actually listed as private for members only. It's like one of the only perks for my members so far. But I am going to share the link for Mamsie's page. Please go sub him up, show him some love. Mamsie is an incredible artist, and he just did this for fun and out of the goodness of his heart. So really appreciate him making this song. Okay. Love you all. And if you wanted to come up and join the backstage to hang out for a little bit, you're more than welcome. Or else hopefully I'll see you on Sunday at the Backstage Speakeasy or somewhere around the YouTube streets. Okay. Much love all. God bless.
I beseech you, brother, and be of sound mind. You can find the Lord if you walk the narrow line. Stand fast in your life and your liberty. God bless the soul of the man who abideth in thee. So if the sun sets you free, then you'll be free indeed. Have faith in the man from Galilee. The devil's on the hunt, he wants to see us divided. We are independent, really united. Oh, we are independent, really united. And the devil's on the prowl, he wants to see us all divided. But we are independent, really united. Oh, united.
We're stronger together. Let's remain united. And God bless. We're stronger together. Let's remain united.
We are independent, really united. We are independent, really united. And the devil wants to see us all divided. We are independent, really united. Really united.
We're stronger together. Let's remain united. And God bless.